So welcome to Dallas, welcome to UTD. My name's John Tsou. I'm a professor here at UTD. I'm the director of the Center for Values in Medicine, Science, and Technology. Today we're going to have this conference on Ian hacking that I'm very excited about. We have some really nice keynote speakers, really good speakers. Let me say a little bit about the Center for Values. Or I'll just lose control of the thing. So Center Values was established by Dennis Kratz in 2009, relatively new. Dennis, he was the dean back then. Now he's a literature prof still at the university. Right away, he hired Magda Groman, and Matt Brown was hired in 2011. Some of you will know Matt and Magda. They were a fantastic creative team for the center. I think they really helped establish the center's reputation at an international level, especially for philosophy of science, philosophy of medicine. I was hired here in 2023. Matt went on to go to SIU to direct the Dewey Center. Magda's at UNT right now. So I took over 2023. So just to give you a kind of long picture of the history of the center, the first kind of center meeting was held in 2011. Last year, we held the 12th center meeting, which was focused on Paul Feyerabend. For some upcoming center type events, we have a forthcoming publication, Values, Pluralism, and Pragmatism, themes from the work of Matthew Brown. This is going to be published in the Boston Studies series. We're doing proofs on this right now, so this is coming out very soon. So this is from the 2023 center meeting. Also published, we had a special issue of Philosophy of the Social Sciences. That was a meeting that was held at UTD in 2024, the Philosophy of Social Science Roundtable. Associated with last year's Feyerabend conference, there's a HOPO special issue coming up on Paul Feyerabend, edited by Jamie Shaw and David Garcia. We're also working on a book, Feyerabend's Against Method at 50 in the Cambridge Anniversary series. And I'll just mention, this is not a center publication, but Matteo and Paul, who are here, they've edited a special issue of The Monist on hacking. It's going to be coming out this year. So we should look forward to reading that. Next meeting's coming up. Next year, we're going to do a Philosophy of Psychiatry conference. This could be co-run with the Association for the Advancement of Philosophy and Psychiatry. And for 2027, I tentatively have planned a conference on medicine and technology quite broadly. So this year's conference is obviously focused on Ian Hacking's philosophical legacy. We have a number of topics on the program that were pretty central to Ian's work, intervention in science, number of talks on experimental entity realism, a number of talks on his philosophy of probability, chance, styles of reasoning. We have a number of interesting papers on styles, looping effects, humankind's, pluralism, and Hacking's metaphilosophy or historical methodology, right? So here's kind of a word cloud I did of all the paper titles. So styles shows up a lot, Ian shows up a lot. Right. So in this conference, we're going to be talking a lot about Ian's philosophical ideas. I wanted to say something briefly about Ian as a person, right? I had the privilege to study with Ian while I was doing my PhD at the University of Chicago. This is circa 2000 to 2008. He was my external supervisor on my PhD. I was working on a dissertation on the philosophy of psychiatry. And Ian, I took his critical inquiry graduate seminar at the University of Chicago. So Arnold Davidson had kind of invited him. So he spent a semester there or a quarter there as a visiting professor. I think I was one of Ian's last doctoral students, Şerife here. She stayed with Ian after me. I know Jeanette Denishek at UC Santa Cruz. She also stayed with him. So we're right at the end of the line. As a dissertation supervisor, Ian, he was reliable, diligent, constructive, and just really filled with useful feedback. After I defended my dissertation, he sent me very detailed comments on my entire dissertation, on every chapter of my thesis. This was like a 36-page single-space document. It's kind of his own kind of running commentary as he's reading my ideas. So you get the Ian kind of bursts of anger, mixed with snarky comments, and but all in a very constructive spirit, right? I think he says it starts off, just excuse the brusque nature of these comments, right? I'm going to start saying stuff about your work, and that document was very important for me. After I spent many years minding my dissertation, and in many ways trying to respond to some of the concerns that Ian had brought up. As a person, Ian was very gentle. He was kind, very supportive towards me. He was very loud, right? I had a loud voice. Sometime in 2006, when I first met Ian, I sent him a paper criticizing his view of interactive kinds, basically criticizing the view in the social construction of what. And this is before he agreed to be on my dissertation committee. This paper was eventually published in 2007, one of my most influential papers. In response to me, Ian was very, typically brusque. He sent me this short note. He was kind of indicating they agreed with my criticism, and he expressed regret about publishing about interactive kinds at all, right? And this is very characteristic, I think, of Ian, right? In his Moving Targets paper of 2007, he publicly rejects his own views on interactive kinds. And he added, this was just kind of a throwaway comment for him. He said, well, this is really interesting. This is a nice criticism, but I'm not really interested in these ideas anymore, but it's fine for you to critique them since they're in print, right? So I was kind of honored and just like, what? So at a campus interview once for a job, a search committee member confided to me that in Ian's letter, he had called me the foremost expert on his work. I was really honored by this assessment, even if I think what he said was patently false. So I wanted to just emphasize two things about Ian's personality that stood out to me in my brief time with him. First of all, his intellectual curiosity. Ian, he might be the most intellectually curious academic I've met, right? We know academics, very intellectually curious. His curiosity was very childlike almost in how he would turn towards kinds of things and take an interest in them. Except he's interested in everything and anything intellectual, right? In the mid 2000s, when I knew Ian, the internet was starting to really take off, websites coming out. Ian was absolutely fascinated by the internet and things he would find online. He tried to incorporate them in his works, right? He was an early kind of adopter of posting hyperlinks in his paper. And he would email me all these links of kind of obscure things, sometimes from kind of cranky websites. So I think this kind of intellectual curiosity explains Ian's tendency to kind of defend important philosophical views and then quickly move on to other topics, right? I think my own theory is Ian got bored with his ideas and he needed to investigate something new, right? I also don't think Ian's tendency to kind of change his mind on philosophical views is very well known. In just kind of informally discussing ideas with him, I concluded Ian's views, they changed at least as much as Hilary Putnam's. Second personality trait I want to emphasize, and I think this is in conjunction with his intellectual curiosity, is his epistemic humility. I think Ian's humility about his philosophical claims, his willingness to give them up, is what truly made him a first-rate philosopher. He was never afraid to pursue new topics and push philosophy of science in new directions, right? He always identified as an analytic philosopher of science, but many of us looking at him, you could say, well, you don't have to call yourself that, right? You're doing something pretty different, but he always identified as an analytic philosopher. He was committed to kind of pushing philosophy of science in directions he saw fit. I've used this photo of Ian here because he looks enormous, right? He's huge. And to me, Ian's always going to be a philosophical giant. I'm grateful for his generosity towards me as a mentor, his creativity as an academic, and his integrity as a human. So I have some consolations about Ian's death, knowing that his legacy in academia will live much longer than his body could in this world. So I must thank some people for helping to organize this conference, to Marvin and Kathy Stone, to Ferris Lee in the back there, Cindy Pitney, Lisa Lyles, and the Bass School of Arts, Humanities, and Technology. Also thanks to the program committee, Paul, Jamie, who's online, and Şerife. So notes for the online guests, please turn your mics off. You can ask questions in the chat. So hopefully at the end of this conference, I'll be able to send you guys all a transcript with comments on all the papers, but have some kind of hybridity in this conference. So we'll just take about 10-minute break, and then Bojana will start off with your talk. All right, I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, Bojana Mladenovic from Williams College. She's going to talk about psychiatry and dynamic loop.
Thank you, everybody. I'm delighted to be here, my first time in Texas. I hope I'll see something of it while I'm here. And I'm also delighted to be participating in a conference about Ian Hacking, who has been, he's one of many people I never met who has influenced me hugely. So this is a way to maybe pay a little bit back of what he has given me consciously or unconsciously. He was very, as far as I can gather from his writings, interested in exploring different ideas without wanting to create a following, without wanting to create a school of thought. So that impression that I got is something that I'm temperamentally very attracted to. What I'm going to talk about today is use an idea of Ian Hacking's that you're all familiar with, the idea of looping effects, the idea of making up kinds, which Jonathan tells us is the idea that he abandoned at one point. I certainly know that he did rework it. So think of me as speaking today about a time slice of Ian's work. And that time slice is the one that I'm going to draw upon. When he distinguished between different kinds, he wanted to categorize them into interactive kinds and non-interactive kinds. It's one way of formulating it. Interactive kinds are the kinds that respond to categorization. Human kinds are the only kinds that, as far as we know, can do this. Maybe we'll learn about dolphins someday, something we don't know today. But so far, only human kinds are capable of responding to the categorizations that are provided by various sciences that study human beings, or not just sciences, but also everyday language in which categories of human kinds appear. Hacking's view was that the dynamic loop is loop between the categories, often provided by experts and individuals who recognize their pain, suffering, joy, the way of being, their experiences in these categories to some extent, and then develop changes in themselves to fit the category better. So if the category has 10 elements and they experience 5, they would be conforming to the category. That changes them, the object of study of the experts, so that the constant loop between the ways in which experts think about human beings and the way the human beings are in response to these categories is creating certain kind of scientific research in human sciences, constantly chasing its moving target. So that is the view, and Ian Hacking said many times that he's not really offering a general theory of making up people. So what is he offering us here? I want to propose something that is just, I think, an articulation of what is already in his text, that although it is not a general theory, it is not something that has laws of nature or anything like that, it is an explanatory blueprint, an explanatory schema, a framework of the kind that we are familiar with, for example, evolutionary biology, where we do not have covering laws that explain emergence of species, but where very disparate events such as, why there be bats or why some snakes are poisonous and others are not, have to be filled in detail by the particular history of particular species and populations in particular niche, but the explanatory matrix is the same. The explanatory matrix looks for the population and for the pressures and affordances for that population. In a similar way, the looping effect is a matrix that provides explanation of why we have the categories of people that we do have and why people fit those categories the way they do. Not all categories are fitted in the same way. So in the process of using something like an explanatory matrix, I think what we do is that we sometimes adjust the matrix itself because we encounter cases which are the cases which require some changes. And I'm going to propose two changes to this time slice of Hacking's thinking about humankind, which I don't think of either of these changes as being departures from mere Hacking. They might very well be implicit in his text. I think they are implicit in his text, but I want to draw them out and say, once we draw them out and articulate them, we can maybe explain many more things than we thought we could when we were looking just at the looping effect between expert categories and individuals. So psychiatry would be here the case in point. And the first extension of the model that I want to make is that it is not only the case that we have a looping effect between categories and individuals, we also have looping effects between whole disciplines and humans. And the case study of psychiatry, this is just a brief, I'll fill it in a little bit later, shows us that the way in which human beings influence the whole discipline, not merely one category or the whole set of categories, that includes methodology of the discipline, basic assumptions of the discipline, all of these things are usually interaction not between an individual and the discipline, as it is an individual and a category, it is between groups of people. So organizations of people, various, in this case, patient groups, or people who speak in their own voice but aim to represent groups of people. People, some would say, formerly known as patients. People who think that the whole project of psychiatry is wrong-headed in very serious ways. And I also want to highlight something that is not highlighted in Hacking's work, but he certainly is conscious of that individual and collective responses to categories may be conforming, but they're actually very often oppositional. There is a response to the category, especially when we're talking about groups, that is rejecting the category, questioning the category, and that is not conforming at all. That is perhaps even developing traits which the category assumes the individuals could not have. And there are group activities that show, and this I find really interesting, when we look at early days of challenges to psychiatry, 1960s, 1970s, existential psychiatry, anti-psychiatry, Lang, Sass, they're individuals who are writing, but they're writing about whole groups of people, and their general idea of questioning psychiatry's approach to mental health and problems with, I shouldn't say mental health, because that's precisely what SAS would not say, with a certain kind of mental suffering, that medicalization of that suffering is the root of all evils. And the idea that emerges with SAS, and it is taken up in 1990s and in 2000s, is the idea that psychiatry really should not be a branch of medicine, or if it continues to be a branch of medicine, it really has not very much to do. Perhaps some kind of brain research is going to be useful, but when it comes to therapy, when it comes to treating people, when it comes to interaction between people and people who are supposed to help them, psychiatry as a branch of medicine has no resources to help. The groups in question demand not only recognition of their states, not only respect for their suffering, but they also demand not just that a category such as schizophrenia, homosexuality, body dysmorphia be changed, but that the whole system of categorization, which divides some ways of being into healthy and the others in pathological, be abandoned. So this is the movement for depathologization of kinds of people. The fundamental idea there, starting with Lang and culminating, maybe not culminating, but now presently visible in the Hearing Voices group, in MedPride group, in post-psychiatry, is that humankinds are never pathological. The category of pathology has to go away. Now, if that were to be accepted, if the category of pathology were to be rejected, you would think, well, obviously then, whatever is the human knowledge skill set that helps people who have various kinds of problems that are not pathological should not be situated in close proximity to medicine. But in fact, we see the opposite movement. We do not see the movement which says psychiatry is a branch of medicine, medicine is biologically based, it is somatic, we need to understand mental illness as based in various kinds of neurological and brain states, and heal mental illness through that. We see the movement which says, well, some of the somatic medicine's claims about deficiency, about disability, about illnesses are also categorizing perfectly normal kinds of people as pathological. So the idea is, you have heard that many times, neurotypical versus not neurotypical. That is meant to replace ill and healthy in all of its formulations. So this movement that we are currently witnessing is becoming more powerful than the movements in 1960s, 1970s, where, in part because we have strong groups that are supporting depathologization and because cultural forces outside of patient groups are supporting this. So I wanted to pause there and stop and think about, why is this happening? And at this point, I'm leaving Ian Hacking, who is a historian of the present, interested in figuring out how our concepts come to be, how our practices come to be, also how disciplines come to be, but who is very rarely normatively intervening in anything that he describes. He usually sees the potential for liberation from certain compelling categories, but he will present it, and this is possible now. It is not necessary that we have only two sexes. It is not necessary that this or that. But should we go that way or should we not go that way? He's usually silent about that. And I'm not. Not that my words count for much, because I describe the situation as being fueled by group movements. And here I am, just a single person speaking. But what I want to say is that there is a way to understand these movements which would also, I hope, correct their target or narrow their target. The reason why the movements against psychiatry are so powerful is because psychiatry has gotten itself a very bad name for very good reasons. There is a history of forcible incarceration, horrible treatments that were forced upon people, the ways in which people had no say in what their lives would be, and the stigma that is following diagnosis, psychiatric diagnosis, was debilitating even when people were freed from this imposed treatment. The cognitive authority of the experts was diminishing the sense of autonomy of the patient, and the patients were done things to rather than invited to contemplate various possibilities. That is one set of reasons why psychiatry has such a bad name. Another set of reasons is because, at least in the United States, a lot of research in psychiatry is funded by pharmaceutical companies, thereby highlighting the pharmaceutical solutions as opposed to other solutions to the problems which present in the office. And that has these various pharmaceutical solutions are actually not solving the problems. If they're doing that short term, they're not doing that long term. And there is very limited knowledge about how to fine tune various medications that are available. There is a third reason, which I think is in some sense the fundamental reason, and that is that it is important in any encounter with a human being to show respect for the humanity of that human being if influence on their thought and behavior is being sought. So I think many people who now participate in the Mad Pride movement, or people who think, who are psychiatrists and think in post-psychiatry vein, think that we owe something to people classified as mental health patients that we are not giving them, thinking about, say, Peter Straussen's distinction between objective attitudes and interactive attitudes in his seminal paper, Freedom and Resentment, we can see that contemporary psychiatry, by and large, takes an objective look on patients, medicates, heals, and does not engage with ideas, feelings, and experiences of patients themselves, does not consider them capable of reciprocating the reactive attitudes of responsibility. That is now farmed out to psychotherapy, which is no longer a part of normal psychiatric practice. Psychotherapists engage with that, but not psychiatrists, and not typically. That is, I may call, a dissatisfaction with attitudinal and deliberative power of psychiatry over patients, and rebellion against psychiatric categories and pathologization of human experience is very natural when we think about how must it feel to be characterized and stigmatized and treated as a kind of object. That is very different, to my mind, as thinking that cognitive authority of psychiatrists is in same way problematic. I think the rebellion and the oppositional attitude towards psychiatry is motivated by deliberative authority of psychiatry, but it's targeting its cognitive authority as well. And for that, we have not seen sufficient reasons. We have not seen sufficient reasons to say that psychiatric research is all hopelessly bad, that the categories are completely missing the point. The treatment may be unsatisfying. The validity and reliability of categories leaves a lot to be desired. But this is not to say that it is hopeless or that it's not progressing since 1950s, 1960s. And this is not to say, especially, that the whole category of psychopathology should go overboard. I think if that category goes out, one of the main goals of medicine will also have to be renegotiated. The goal of medicine is to heal. The goal of medicine is to alleviate suffering that falls under its purview. And it does so with enormous support from society because it rests its work on the distinction between health and disease. If we have only a variation in humankinds, some are blonde and some are redheads and some are darkheads, some hear voices, some don't, some are depressed, some are not, why would society support any kind of intervention to change the way in which human beings live their lives? It is the status as an illness that could be healed, or at least the pain that could be alleviated, that justifies enormous social resources that are going into psychiatric care. Without that distinction, it is impossible to do it. Moreover, without a distinction of mental illness and mental health, we cannot talk about things that many people on the anti-psychiatry side like to talk about, and these are social conditions of mental illness, such as famine, poverty, war, situations in which there is child abuse, situations in which we see complete neglect on the part of parents and society. If we want to say that these are horrible situations that lead to mental illness cannot turn out to be just a normal variation. So that argument, which I think is very important in the social context, needs the continuous distinction between pathological states and healthy states. And I think that Ian Hacking's work actually allows us to decouple the ways in which we think about categories as emerging from particular historical moments and the ways in which we want to react to them now. Because reaction to categories, when they are so important as pathological and healthy, are not now reactions only of the people categorized like that. The reactions need to be the reactions of people who are part of the society in which we have the categories of health and disease. So my take here is that the kind of loop that we see in psychiatry, which is moving further and further away from the categories of pathology, is something that we should actually resist while supporting the idea that psychiatry need not be top-down deliberatively and in terms of making decisions for the ways in which people who are classified as mentally ill should live. This much because I'm told 20 minutes, right? So how do we do with questions? Do I stay here?
Yeah, you can stay here. I can go back.
Okay. Yeah.
You started talking about who necessarily influences like the discipline of psychiatry. I wanted to ask maybe for clarification of there's like that implicit argument that disciplines are people, but I'm wondering who exactly are these people? Are they what have been deemed as like professionals in psychiatry, or are they patients?
Okay, I don't think the disciplines are people.
Oh, you don't?
I don't think. I think there are people engaged in various disciplines, but I think disciplines and people are distinct things. So when I think about psychiatry, I think about a body of knowledge and also a set of practices. And I think that practices and the ways in which people present themselves with problems, availability of certain solution drives theory up to a point, but only up to a point. There is also knowledge that comes to psychiatry from adjacent branches. And when it does, then it is applied to these particular cases. And this is done by people with all of their wonderful and terrible features. But that was not the topic of my talk. The topic of my talk was that, okay, I don't have anything here. If you think, okay, so yeah. So the original idea was, here's a human and here is a category. Let's say this is a category of being schizophrenic. Now the category explains and classifies human. Human recognizes this and then becomes more like what category says he or she should be. Now my claim was that here you can have a whole discipline, such as psychiatry. And here then you don't have a single human, you usually have a group. You could have a single person. There is no reason why you wouldn't. But what the phenomenon that I'm describing is when you have a group here. And then the discipline with its methodology, with its basic distinction between pathology and health, is something that is called into question now oppositionally and not in a conforming way. And that tells us that when we think about the ways in which scientific change happens, that Hacking's insight here, extended in this way, can tell us that sciences that study human beings can change in ways in which sciences that do not study human beings cannot change, namely in response to how those studied respond to whatever knowledge the science or the discipline has created.
Question of the normative is a running theme in Hacking's work, and starting with the statistical work, how it goes from the statistical notion, from the technical notion, to an evaluative, very quickly to an evaluative notion. And of course, I took it, it wasn't in your talk, that this is part of the interesting category. Some of these are very normatively charged, as opposed to, say, redhead or left-handed or something like that. So this is a very general question, but if, as it were, the normative force of a lot of these categories, especially the psychiatric categories, is being challenged and dissolved, what goes into their place, right? You acknowledged, and of course it's the perfect, the child abuse, that there are categories we want to retain as outside the bounds. So the normative comes back in one form or another. How do we reconfigure the normative from the non-normative categories? I guess it's
my view is that you cannot have medicine or psychiatry without normative categories, that all categories, big categories of health and disease, have normative components. I'm not total constructivist about that. I am something in between objectivism of the Bohr's kind and the kind of normativism, constructivism. So I think that it is possible that people who are now being treated as psychiatric patients stop being treated by psychiatry, and it is possible that psychiatry dies out as a way of thinking about human beings and treating them. I'm arguing that would be a bad idea. But I'm not saying that it is impossible. Given enough social force, it is possible. It may become actual. It wouldn't be good for anyone, I think. And I think what motivates this demand can be taken care of without giving up the idea of health and disease in psychiatry.
Targets, and not just categories for individuals. So my question would be, so in the diagram you just showed on the board, if I remember correctly, this knowledge, or at least intentionality, awareness, some degree thereof involved in the vector from below. So I wondered whether you thought about the degrees of intentionality and knowledge that it is involved from cohorts of people as different as patients or advocates or philosophers of psychiatry or maybe practitioners themselves to push back.
Yeah, I think that is an extension of Hacking's model, because he was talking about how an individual classified responds to the classification, and his view is by conforming. That's what he talks about. When we introduce groups, we get greater variety because, as you point out, there are different groups. And these different groups respond differently, not only to categorizations, but also to the whole disciplines. And so you have at this level, at the social level, group conflict, political conflict. It's not really always or typically conflict among practitioners. It is mostly the conflict between people who are either using the services of psychiatry in this case, or people who are being categorized. I think there is something like expert consensus that is pretty often present, even in disciplines such as psychiatry, on some issues. And I think that we have a consensus there on the distinction between health and disease, mental health and mental disease. We don't have consensus on many other things. That's true. But I agree with you. The groups that are responding can respond in different ways, by confirming, by opposing, by something in between, by reforming.
And on the basis of sort of knowledge, or expertise,
and interest. Yeah, and interest. Yeah, yeah.
So it's no longer just between the classifications and the classified individual, but it includes like experts, knowledge, and institutions. And I feel like what you're doing there to add like the kind of sixth nodule almost there as groups, because I think that's and you know, I realized like how you brought up the kind of mad tribe movement, voice leaders network, and so on. But what's happening, or at least, in the context of the United States, is that a lot of people are, kind of connecting or identifying themselves with group identities like the Mad Tribe, while also using the kind of services, assets that are kind of afforded to them by being part of this, like, don't like it, but like psychiatric institutional system. So I really like, I think that kind of group focus is really bringing in kind of different kinds of like knowledge building practice in psychiatry together. So
I agree with you. And I think this is something I didn't put in the talk because just for the sake of time, but now I'm going to bring it up. I think there is one important thing that is going on as well, is that we have a lower level looping effect. Some of these groups are imposing their categories on the people they claim to represent, and they do not allow much disagreement on that. So you have, as an individual, a choice of being represented by this group, which partially picks up what you feel, or being treated by psychiatrists, let's say old school psychiatrists, which partially help you, but the individual voice seems to be drawn in the kind of categories and ideologies, if you will, of these different people.
as well, and thinking about all the about epistemic justice and injustice, and the value of thinking about lived experience as a way of actually understanding the phenomenon of psychiatric disorders as well. So I just, a question about the interaction potentially.
So here, two questions here. One is interaction between what you might call cognitive and deliberative. And the other question is the way in which groups and individuals can influence the cognitive. Yeah, okay. So on the interaction first, I think that there is always a lot of interaction, and probably there must be a lot of interaction. If you don't know what you're talking about, you cannot make a reasonable decision. If decision is momentous, you want to consult somebody who is supposed to know. So you're taking advice and you're being taken in a particular direction if you have this kind of advisor or you have that kind of advisor. That's a given that will never go away as long as there is a medical profession. Medical doctors will be in that position of heightened authority, but I do not advocate for this split, for this this movement from cognitive authority to deliberative authority. In ideal world that we do not live in, I would like all patients to be sufficiently informed about what are the possible consequences of their following advice and not making informed decision. I mean, really informed decision, not being led. The way in which somatic medicine is trying to do that, I don't think that it is seriously trying to do that in psychiatry. And there the history of psychiatry is gory, while the history of somatic medicine only accidentally so. There was no abuse of power to the same extent or in the same way as in the history of psychiatry. Now you said, well, how can psychiatry function as a cognitive set of rules, beliefs, whatever, understanding and knowledge about people if it is not taking their experience into account? I completely agree with you. That's one of the features of human sciences. And by human sciences, I don't mean social sciences, and I don't mean humanities. I mean any science, including medicine, including anthropology, including indigenous studies, that studies human beings, has to take into account the relevant experiences of human beings in producing understanding and knowledge. Sometimes it does and sometimes it does not. So this looping effect, I was looking at psychiatry, that's my interest, and this is something that Ian Hacking felt a lot about. But you see that same transformation of precisely the ways of knowing, methodologies of knowing in 20th century anthropology, ethnology, studies such as indigenous studies or other area studies, the ways in which early researchers studied societies and groups that are now unacceptable, precisely because there was group rebellion against that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go back to your remark about the way individuals and groups within groups can not be represented by the group. So what often happens in the history of psychiatry is we get some like transformative shift. So for example, in the case of homosexuality, like it was pathologized, and then in the 60s, the 50s, it was pathologized. And then around 1980, it became depathologized. And so in the 60s, if you were a homosexual and you went to a psychiatrist, you might say, cure me of this homosexuality. I really would like to be normal. And then, but if you went into the psychiatrist in the 90s and said, cure me of this homosexuality, they would say, what we need to cure you of is your sense that your homosexuality needs to be cured. So you get this kind of shift, but then as you pointed out, like members of groups are different. So even today, there are people who would like to be cured of homosexuality. And I'm sure in the 60s, there were people who saw no need to be cured of homosexuality. So anyway, so given that there are going to be these individual differences, I guess I wonder whether the right response for a distinction between health and disease, how humanistic is it going to be? Is it that we say, oh, if you want to be cured of homosexuality, then that's our therapeutic goal, and if you want to be cured of your self-hatred, then that's our therapeutic goal, or is one or another, like, are we going to come down on cases where we say, this is definitely the right move? It's definitely right to depathologize homosexuality.
Yeah.
And I don't care that you think you want to be cured of homosexuality. What you really need to be cured of is your sense that there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, I would be very unhappy if if the field moved in the direction of we are going to tell you what are the things you can aspire to be and things we're not going to let you aspire to be, and now we're going to cure you one and not of the other. But I don't think that actual therapeutic practice in psychology, in psychotherapy is like that. If a patient comes up and says, or a client, I want to be cured of my homosexuality, most likely the therapist, if she's worth anything, she's going to say, let's explore that. Why? Lead with questions, not with top-down decision. This is not something you should aspire to. I mean, people aspire to all kinds of things that somebody else can see immediately. You're never going to do it. I'm never going to be an opera singer, no matter how much I want to be an opera singer. And there are all kinds of things like that people cannot do. But the good therapeutic move explores why you want this and why you think that this would be a problem. So the deeper question that you're asking is, how do we come to a consensus about homosexuality not being pathological and some other condition being pathological? And that leads us into the question of when something counts as a disease and when it does not count as a disease. And I think the current consensus is impairs function, causes suffering. These things have to be present for us to call it a disease. I do not have a great stake in calling this or that category pathological or not. I have a stake only in insisting that there be pathological conditions, that we will change and negotiate what they are as the time goes by. But abandoning the whole idea would be disastrous, I think.
All right, let's give Bojana a hand.
Thank you.
Just go down. All right, next up, we have Riana Betzler from San Jose University. She's going to talk about interactivity and the challenge of studying empathic phenomena.
Great, thank you. Yeah, hi everybody. This is part of a much larger project that I have going on. It's a book project about the history and philosophy of empathy research. And thinking about Ian Hacking's work has very much inspired this project in various different ways at various points. Today, I'm going to be mostly talking about a historical case study, some of the very early attempts to measure empathy, and Hacking will come up kind of directly and indirectly throughout the talk. I'm also very open to feedback and suggestions. This is very much work in progress. So as I said, today I'm going to tell you about some of these early efforts to measure empathy, in particular studies by Rosalind Diamond, who is pictured up here on the screen. But just as a way of getting us into this, sorry, I'm not very good with the, oh, down, okay, nope. Oh, okay, on the side, great. So just as a little bit of a preamble, kind of motivating the project to get us into it, today we very much take it for granted that empathy is the sort of thing that can be measured and that can be studied scientifically. We have a lot of different ways of measuring empathy. Whether they're all measuring the same thing is a question that the more contemporary parts of my project addresses, and I'm not really going to get into here. But this science of empathy also has a huge impact on public understandings of ourselves, the nature of empathy, whether empathy is a good thing or a bad thing to have in society. It has a huge impact on education, on criminal justice, on medicine. So this is very much an applied science that we take it for granted that empathy is the sort of thing that can be measured. There are also lots of challenges in this contemporary science, which I'm working on which I'm writing about as part of this book project. These challenges are also present in the early studies of empathy as well. So we're going to kind of zoom in on some of the areas where some of these come up really early on. Some of them are conceptual challenges. So there are lots of different definitions of empathy. When people talk about empathy on an everyday level, I get responses that are like, that's not really empathy. Within the empirical literature as well, there are at least 43 different definitions of empathy by the accounting of a recent review. The reviewers then pose another account of empathy as well. So we've already got 44. And then some neuroscientists have basically said there's basically as many definitions of empathy as there are people working within the field. So this creates a number of difficulties. Some of them are about communication, both within and across disciplines. And some of them are about integration. So how do we integrate data from various different studies? These empathy definitions, I think, are actually tracking different targets a lot of the time as well. So that's something that has come up a lot within the contemporary literature, and there's a lot of disagreement about how to handle that. Oops. Yeah, like it's stuck. Maybe I can use.
Should work.
Okay. Sorry about this.
Oh, this is a freeze.
Maybe.
Let's click.
Maybe we click on these arrows. Oh, in the notes. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so are the arrows in the computer going to work, maybe? Okay, great. So also in the contemporary literature, there are methodological challenges, many of them kind of connected with these conceptual issues. So there seem to be complex feedback loops between the term empathy, the concept of empathy, and what that is tracking in the world. I think that we see some kind of iterativity in terms of the study of empathy in Ha-Seok Chang's sense of that term, and potentially also looping, especially because empathy is itself a value-laden category, something that people really want to cultivate and be, at least in most of the literature. There's been a pushback against that in the against empathy studies as well. So there are a number of methodological challenges, but I want to take us back into the historical work and this question that emerged in the 40s, the 30s and the 40s about whether or not empathy is the sort of thing that can be studied scientifically, and what should that science look like? At this time, there was a lot of negotiating happening between different disciplines. The emergence of social psychology was sort of just starting, and there are a lot of tensions that emerge there as well between the assumptions of sociology on the one hand and empirical psychology on the other. So I think for the most part, contemporary scholars are not really grappling with this question, at least not directly. As I said, we take it for granted that empathy is the sort of thing that can be studied scientifically, and that it's the target of especially the psychological and the neurosciences. But in this talk, I'm going to look at what motivated the development of this science of empathy. What did it look like? I'm going to focus on the creation of the first measures of empathy in clinical and social psychology, as I said, around the 1940s, and highlight their interventionist aims, so their attempts to change people's behavior and to make them more interpersonally effective. And then I'm going to look at some challenges that arose in the making of the science of empathy and how the historical actors approached them, focusing especially on issues about validity and reliability. Okay, so what motivated the development of the science of empathy, and what did it look like? I'm going to focus on Rosalind Diamond Cartwright, who is usually credited with developing the very first scale for the measurement of empathy. She did this while she was a PhD student at Cornell University. This is her PhD dissertation, Empathic Ability and Exploratory Study, which she submitted in 1949. And at this time, it's quite common for people to sort of develop a measure. And this is exactly what she did. So just to give you a little bit more background about her, she started out in clinical psychology at the University of Toronto, and then decided to pursue a PhD at Cornell University, and was there from 1946 to 1949. But this is a kind of complicated story because she, at the time, Cornell's psychology department was very much under the influence of brass instruments psychology. So the tradition of really looking at psychophysics measurement kind of coming from Titchener, who had led the department for a very, very long time, and looking at things in a very atomistic way. But Diamond wanted to study interpersonal phenomena, and this didn't really seem to fit very well within the assumptions of the psychology department. So she ended up being supervised by Leonard Cottrell, who was based in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the time, and who had this idea of human phenomena as being extremely dynamic, interactional, kind of hard to separate from the environment. And she says in some of her memoirs that she had a hell of a time putting a thesis committee together because people just totally disagreed about what kind of approach one should take in this area. Eventually, she moved after her PhD to the University of Chicago to work with the humanist psychotherapist Carl Rogers, and was very influential in many of the developments of measures of empathy for psychotherapy as well. So this has a lot of impact later on about how we're thinking about measuring the effectiveness of psychotherapy and what a measure of empathy would look like. And then she totally pivots and starts working on sleep, which is another interesting quirk, especially the dreams of divorced women. So very interesting. So we're going to focus in on this time when she was a PhD student developing these first measures of empathy. I'm going to also problematize this idea that they really were the first measures of empathy. So one of her first publications she published with her mentor, Leonard Cottrell. And in this publication, they argue that the science of empathy had been completely neglected. I'm going to also problematize that idea that it had been neglected. There were other measures of empathy that existed at the time. Cottrell was very well known and influential for his theory of human social interaction. This was inspired by Ernest Burgess in sociology. And the idea here is basically that the trait understanding of human behavior, like personality traits, is completely inadequate. We have to study humans in their sort of interactional complexity, which is already we're seeing a bit of tension with some of the assumptions of making a psychological measure here as well, but I'll get into that a little bit more later. Okay, so there's this really interesting quote in this paper where they say, if empathic phenomena occupy the critical position in human interaction and adjustment alleged here, it is indeed surprising that they have not received more research attention than they have from social scientists. One answer may be that the phenomena belong so much to the taken for granted that they have been overlooked as challenging objects of research effort. Another possibility is that the nature of the phenomena render them extremely difficult to study with available techniques for objective observation and analysis. Whatever the reasons, it is our contention that research in this area can no longer be avoided. So just to give you a little bit more background here, why do they care about this? They think that empathy occupies this really critical position in human interaction. So they want to understand problems of interpersonal adjustment, inter and intra-group relations. They think that empathic ability might even be central for the very development of a self. For the development of healthy relationships. They want to understand the relationship of empathic ability and insight. But They also want a method for objective observation of this phenomenon. So there's this big push at this time to make clinical psychology, psychotherapy, the study of interactional phenomena very scientific, and to kind of bring it in line with the positivistic assumptions of a science. So this is what Diamond went on to do in her PhD. This is the publication that emerged as the sort of central publication from her PhD. And in this, she asks, can empathic ability be isolated and measured? And this is supposed to be the foundational work for all of this other stuff, right? About individual differences, insight, personality, all these other cool things they're interested in. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the measure because it's quite interesting. So the way that she did this, she was working in a lab. There were 53 students in the lab, 29 men and 24 women. They're all social psychology students, actually from Nelson Foote's class. And she divided them randomly into 8 groups, each comprised of 6 or 7 students. And the task was ostensibly to complete a group project. One student was designated the group observer, and they had to complete these various reading tests at 3 weeks and 6 weeks. And supposedly these were supposed to show how good of a judge of character they were. In reality, they were supposed to measure empathic ability. How exactly that is going to work, I'm going to tell you in a second. Okay, so participants were asked to complete this test. And they were asked to judge one another on 6 different personality characteristics: self-confidence, superiority, selfishness, friendliness, whether you're a leader or follower, and sense of humor. So I'm just going to read you one of the items from this list. Some people have a lot of confidence in themselves. Then they tackle a job or try to learn to do something, they are sure that they are on to do it. Other people are very uncertain in or unsure of themselves. They don't have a very strong belief that they can do what they set out to do for fear that they haven't got what it takes, right? So that's supposed to be the description of the self-confidence, self-confidence measure, right? And there are various descriptions like this. So on this questionnaire that was administered at various points, you start off by rating yourself, right? So how self-confident are you, right? You might say, I'm very self-confident. I have a lot of it. Then you're supposed to rate, and they had to do this for each of their group members. You're supposed to rate one of your group members. Johnny over there, he's not very self-confident, right? In my opinion, right? So as you see the other person. Then you're supposed to rate the other person as you think they see themselves. So I think Johnny's not very self-confident, is kind of insecure, but he thinks he's really self-confident, right? And so then you are supposed to rate yourself as you think the other sees you. So even though maybe I think I'm very self-confident, maybe Johnny doesn't think I'm very self-confident, or maybe he does, right? So this is the way that this is supposed to work. Supposedly it's about these personality traits, or so the participants think, but it's not really. The idea here is that you're going to calculate empathy as a deviation score, as the difference between your predictions of the other person's ratings and that person's actual ratings. And the idea here is that a low deviation score means that you have a high degree of empathy. So what is empathy here? Well, empathy is really being operationalized as role-taking ability. Sometimes in the contemporary literature, this gets called perspective taking. Like, can you understand the perspective of another individual? So it's supposed to answer this question of how well can you transpose yourself into the thinking, feeling, and acting of another person. This is going to raise a couple of challenges in the making of the science of empathy, and especially in thinking about validation and coordination with other studies of empathy. So that's our next topic in this talk. So the first challenge that Diamond faced when she was constructing this brand new measure of empathy was one of validity. So the usual method of validating a scale like this was to correlate the results obtained using your new test with those from an existing test of the phenomenon under study. Only problem is we don't have a test of the phenomenon under study, so we can't do this kind of thing. Diamond wrote, this is a problem faced by all new tests, but we can at least get some of the way there by trying to coordinate it with other tests that are about sort of related phenomena. So she tried to correlate it with a thematic apperception test and also with the group observers ratings. So she had the group observers also rate, like, how empathic is this person? How good are they at role taking? So there's some circularity that enters in here. A question that arises here that I mentioned earlier is this question about, like, was there really no existing test of empathy at this time? And if we look at the wider historical literature, we can see that there were actually measures of empathy, and Diamond herself reviews them in the PhD. So the first two chapters have this historical background, and she was based at Cornell, which is where E.B. Titchener had done his very famous studies on aesthetic empathy. The idea here was that you could use the methods of psychophysics, so like measuring reaction times and bodily responses, to understand people's understanding of works of art. And in the early 20th century, at the sort of turn of the century and into the 1910s, a common way of thinking about empathy was as a way of understanding works of art. So the idea was that you would look at this picture of Starry Night and see what sort of bodily responses you had and report back on those, and you could use psychophysics to measure those sorts of things as well. And so Diamond reviewed this work, which went by the same name as empathy, but I think rightly recognized that the way that she was thinking about empathy was quite different from this. How she actually got from role taking to empathy is a question that I still have for more archival work. It's sort of strange. The dissertation reads as though it's not about empathy. It's sort of about empathy, and then it's about role taking. And it's like, how do we get those two together? I'm not exactly sure. But this is interesting because it's showing us methodological issues that emerge at a time when there are drastic conceptual changes as well. Empathy as this way of artistic understanding versus empathy in interpersonal context, where that interpersonal context is also supposed to be interactional and situated. So I already talked a little bit about this, but she obtained a partial validation by trying to compare results with the qualitative observations from the group observers and also from the thematic apperception test. I'm gonna breeze through that just in the interest of time. And I think that her studies here exhibit a kind of broadly both operationalist and coherentist approach. I know that many people think of those two things as pulling in different directions in the measurement literature, but basically she's doing this methodological thing where she's offering a definition of empathy as a way of kind of partially getting a grip on this new phenomenon that she, or not necessarily a new phenomenon, but new way of thinking about that she is interested in. And it's really important that this is supposed to be a very preliminary attempt to provide some techniques for exploration, and it's meant to be picked up on in further work. So in a review of some of the work on empathy and social psychology by Cottrell, Cottrell says, at present, the nearest we can come to an operational statement of empathy is to say that an empathic response of an individual A to individual B is that the response of A to B is assumed to take place, whereby A is able to correctly predict that B's response to a specified situation. However, we need to do much more research, is basically what he's saying here. So the first challenge is about validity and these like attempts to coordinate and decision-making about what concept we need to coordinate with, especially when there's a lot of change. A second challenge that Diamond faced was about reliability. So following Cottrell, as I've mentioned, she conceptualized empathy as being dynamic and very tightly integrated within an interpersonal relationship in context. And so on this view, empathy is always changing, right? And empathy is going to look really different in between within one relationship than it might within another relationship. So like my empathy with in one context might look really different, which is going to pose some challenges for studying it using these questionnaire measures. And she found that her scale had really bad test-retest reliability. So at the 3-week mark and at the 6-week mark, you got very different kinds of things going on. But she suggested maybe this is not so surprising and not such a bad thing because empathy is supposedly in this really dynamic interaction. And I think that this is a part of the project that I'm still working out, but I think that one of the things that might be going on here is related to the issue of humankinds as moving targets and empathic ability as a sort of moving target. Bringing this back into contact with Ian Hacking's work, lots of worries about the stability of these moving targets emerge in the human sciences. So one suggestion that kind of comes from Diamond here about what to do with moving targets is to change the desirable criteria for a measurement of them. So we don't need things like test-retest reliability anymore. I'm not sure whether we want to do that in the contemporary work. It's something I'm thinking about as well. But I do think this raises really interesting questions about the nature of empathy and whether or not empathy construed in this way is really isolable in this way of measuring it. I've already mentioned the issue about its value-ladenness as well. Historical actors would not have used that term, but the motivations for the study came largely from the desire to make people more empathic, and that is also what's motivating a lot of the empirical research as well. And empathic, even at this time, was construed as being a highly desirable way of being, which might further influence the looping effects that are going on here as well. So just to conclude, I think that this has really interesting implications for questions about how historical actors were thinking about the nature of the human sciences and whether they should follow a positivistic model or whether they should move away from that positivistic model and what to do when we have things like bad test-retest reliability. For questions about how to measure what Rogers would later call a highly existential phenomenological concept. And I think potentially similar things are emerging in the contemporary literature, but I have to figure that out a bit more. So thank you.
15 minutes questions for Riana. For Şerife? And then
Yeah, this is very exciting. And I can't wait for your book. And I really like that you are asking questions about like empirical investigatability of like empathy. 2 questions. One is, is there a common element that or measure that runs in all these different accounts of empathy, like a common denominator?
Yeah.
2, do you develop a model for empathy, model of empathy in the book in the end, or is it primarily HPS style, historical?
Yeah, so it's a really great question about whether there's a kind of common denominator in these studies of empathy. I think that there are sort of 3 clusters rather than one single common denominator. So the 3 clusters are emotional empathy, so whether you feel what the other person is feeling, and that's construed in various different ways. The kind of cognitive element, whether you understand what another person is thinking and feeling, that's also construed, and sometimes those are pulled apart. And then this perspective taking aspect, right? So like, can you transpose yourself into the other person's perspective? And then there are various combinations that sort of occur among those like 3 main clusters of kind of common elements. And it gets kind of complicated pretty quickly. So that's what I'd say there about the kind of common elements of empathy. At least I think that's like how things have coalesced. If you look historically, there are some aspects of the aesthetic empathy that fit with some of that stuff, but the aesthetic empathy also has like other stuff going on too. So, so yeah. The second question was about like whether I'm developing an account of empathy as well for the book. This I do have thoughts about an account of empathy. One of the things that I've been interested in starting to develop is an account of empathy as a skill, and like bringing some of the work on skilled action more directly into contact with the literature on empathy. I think that people often refer to empathy as a skill, but haven't really worked out what exactly that would mean in terms of how to study it. And I think that thinking of it as a skill might actually really reshape the way that contemporary researchers would study it. So if we think about other forms of skilled action, like riding a bike, that involves lots of different components that we might study independently, but like what the skill of riding a bike down a mountain looks like and the skill of riding it on the road look like are going to be different and involve slightly different elements of skills in a kind of dynamic relationship with one another. So I think that might be productive for empathy, especially if we're thinking about these different elements and how they get balanced in different kinds of contexts. That might be a slightly different project from the book project, actually, because I think that's the book project's already excluding. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Two quick, hopefully helpful comments. One, the famous implicit attitudes test, the IAT, has really low pretest reliability.
Yeah.
And so some skeptics suggest that implicit bias is really important. But I think defenders they would make one of the moves that you attribute and maybe want to make yourself, which is that there's a kind of dynamism involved, but they wouldn't say that it was a moving target. Rather, they would say that, as it were, that your implicit bias on a particular day might not reflect your implicit bias on a future day. So there's a real entity. And that's not surprising if it's like an emotional state like anger. Your anger one day might be quite high and another day it might be low. Second comment, which might be helpful, is you're probably well aware of this, but in the 90s, when moral psychology was just starting to be a thing again, the neuroscientist James Blair, he did this work that tried to pull apart the perspective taking part of empathy from the feeling part. And so he had these autistic persons who were not very good at perspective taking, but he showed that they could feel empathy. And then he had these psychopaths who were quite good at perspective taking and were bad at sort of feeling empathy as it came to be understood in the 90s. So anyway, like I said, you're probably well aware of that, but there's this way of trying to pull apart these aspects in that work by Blair.
Yeah. So just to respond on the first point, so I think that there's an interesting question here about so I completely agree that it's very possible that like you might be feeling empathy in one moment and not, especially if we're thinking about it more along the lines of an emotion like anger. And a lot of this is going to hinge on what your theory of empathy is. So I actually don't think that empathy is an emotion. I think it's a process for understanding other people's emotions and kind of like takes emotions as inputs. And I think that Diamond is obviously thinking about it in kind of a different way as well. So one of the things that makes me think that the historical actors, they wouldn't call it a moving target in hacking sense, obviously, but like that the moving target explanation might be more interesting or more compatible with the way that they're thinking about it is because they have this like dynamic, very situated view of empathy. And I need to think more about exactly what that means. And I think a lot of the contemporary scholars probably don't. So that is really helpful. On the second thing, I think that the Blair studies are really interesting. They've come under criticism, and I think that their methodological choices are part of what's making those capacities look really more distinct than they are. But we can talk more later.
development of itself.
Mhm.
And I was wondering if that also talks about the idea of a healthy self
Yeah.
as opposed to a strictly empathy, like with empathy to the self, but without empathy, there is no development of the self, or at least very little development of the self. And I was wondering if she discussed those two ideas of a healthy self and kind of that stricter sense.
Yeah, so not in the explicit terms of healthy or unhealthy, but definitely, especially as she goes on to work with Carl Rogers, people are thinking about like what a kind of very congruent, they would call it a congruent self is, which is connected with empathy because it's supposed to be connected with like insight into your values, and kind of being like very coherent as a person, like feeling like your choices and your actions are congruent with your beliefs and desires. So I think that that's the aim of some of these studies is to develop something like what we might call a healthy self. It's sort of implicit in there, but they're talking about it in different language, and aiming to develop like congruence is often the way they're talking about it. Yeah, sort of. But I don't know whether they would think like that an incongruent self is exactly unhealthy. It's just like then you need to just do more
Yeah, that's
psychotherapy. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I realize I only had 20 minutes, so first comment is general, and I apologize if this is something you can touch on, but there to be tremendous overlap in talking about the issues that are standardly discussed in cultural anthropology.
Mhm.
Very famous essay by Renato Rosaldo, Grief and the Headhunter's Rage. Any of the work by Gertz,
Yeah.
for example, he play, and so I'm just kind of curious about how what you understand what you're doing intersects with those issues. The second is more narrowly focused. You said that Diamond was surprised that there was variation by 3 weeks and then 6 weeks. And I find that actually, I would have thought that would be an expected result.
Yeah.
Why isn't empathy, say, more like friendship, right? As
Right.
right, I think we take it for granted that as we know someone longer, our understanding evolves and deepens. It's as if empathy is this fixed thing and it's there or it's not, rather than it's not so much that it's a moving target, but just what it is something that, grows or changes over time. So I'm sorry if that's ill-formed, but I was just sort of confused about why greater time should seem to be a problem in studying empathy as opposed to the expected result.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think it's helpful for clarifying maybe what's going on with Diamond and also the way that I should talk about this stuff. But so I think that what's going on is that she's taking these methodological cues from psychology, where one of the things that is supposed to happen is that you're supposed to have good test-retest reliability, right? And she doesn't get that. And then she's sort of thinking about it, or this is how I read her, and says like, look, like, no, like we shouldn't necessarily have good test-retest reliability because exactly as you said, it is sort of a changing growing phenomenon or whatever, especially if we're thinking about it in this interactional way coming from social psychology. So yeah. So it's moving in a sense only if you want to study it using the tools of psychology or like a kind of positivistic psychology, but I think that just opens up more questions about what kinds of methodologies the human sciences should use. So maybe moving target's not exactly the right way to think about it, but yeah, that's helpful.
Greater reliability, for lack thereof, might need to be more of a threat.
Not a huge amount of discussion about that. As I said, she did try to correlate her tests with the observations of the group observer. And also the groups had really different dynamics that were going on, right? Like, so anybody who's worked on a group project knows that some groups were like functioning very well and other groups were like hated each other. But yeah, inter-rater reliability doesn't come up in the PhD dissertation, something I can try to track down in later work.
Down, just use the arrows. You guys just use the arrows. All right, so our last speaker or last presentation of the morning is Richard Lauer from St. Lawrence University and Kareem Khalifa from UCLA, presented by Richard, obviously. So it's testing instability, are races interactive kinds.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I was just reflecting on it, and I believe that one of the first papers I ever wrote as an undergraduate in a philosophy class was actually about Hacking's experimental realism. It was not a very good paper, but it's kind of nice to know that, that this conference is making contact with, I guess, what might have been one of my earliest interests in philosophy. Also, as you'll note, there's a second author on this paper, Kareem Khalifa, as John just said, and Kareem is not here, though I understand that he may be here in spirit, perhaps watching the stream. He is effectively bound and gagged backstage, so if I say anything that is incorrect, just like, I'll either attribute it to Kareem and he can look dumb, or you can just attribute it all to me. I'd rather you just attribute it all to me. Okay, so with that said, yeah, so we're going to talk today about what races, whether they're interactive kinds. So Kareem and I have been working on this project about the nature and reality of race for a while now. We haven't had a chance to make this work, make contact with Ian Hacking's work, but this was the perfect opportunity. So we're going to look at race as an interactive kind and see what kinds of metaphysical lessons we might be able to extract from thinking about race as an interactive kind. There's been some work in this direction, of course, and that work will be broadly referenced here. But as our audience is probably no doubt aware, an interactive kind is, I guess, a kind where the members of the kind can become aware of and react to their classification. Or if you want to put it a bit more broadly, they're just the types that can react to their classification in a way that creates circumstances for the modification of that category. So when we want to think about race as an interactive kind and motivating that a little bit, one of the things we can turn to is to think about some of the standard measures that are used or standard ways we try to figure out how to detect what a person's race is. So in this case, we'll see that we have the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget Description of different racial categories. There are 5 standard racial categories. And, these are really interesting, and I can focus on a few different features of them. I won't go through all of them extensively. But here we have, for example, that an American Indian or Alaskan Native has to have tribal commitment or something like that. You'll note, interestingly, that white includes people of Middle East or North Africa. And you'll also note that, for example, we're missing one category that we might typically associate with racial categorizations, namely Hispanic or Latino, which is typically treated as an ethnic category and not a racial category by the OMB. I'm focusing on these categories because they will play a large role in the discussion to come. But one thing to note here is that actually something that's in keeping with the spirit of Hacking's work is that these categories are undergoing modification. So as recently as 2024, last year, there's been an announcement that there are going to be some changes to the categories, namely that these categories are no longer going to be as committed to certain things like maintaining affiliation with tribal affiliation, or taking a stance on whether these categories are clearly are racial or ethnic categories, and moreover, there will be a new category for Middle Eastern and North African people in the new census categories. So this suggests that there's something going on, right? That there's some kind of reactivity or responsiveness in the case of the way these racial categories are set up, and these are crucial for a broad range of social scientific purposes. And so just bear that in mind as we move through this discussion. So this first big section of our discussion is going to focus on a few things. One thing is that I want to situate this broader concern with the interactivity of race within the context of this problem that we're just going to call the old induction problem. Next, we're going to talk about what it means to think about race as an interactive kind, in particular how it's been discussed in that way in the social sciences. And then I'm going to pitch to you that, well, this thing we're calling the old induction problem is probably good and well resolved, but the new induction problem, based on our concerns about the nature of race and what will happen, what our concerns about the interactivity of race, might be a new problem to solve. All right, so Ron here in the room wrote a book. I mean, you've written quite a bit, but you wrote a book. So in this case, he gives us this notion inspired by Hacking's concept of an interactive kind of hacking instability. And so the idea is this: we want to understand a social system, right? We want to be able to make predictions about it, investigate it scientifically. Well, it turns out that if these categories that we're constructing and using to study a system are constantly changing, then that's going to mess things up for us. We're going to be able to make fewer successful predictions about the system, at least under certain circumstances. This can be present to a greater degree or to a smaller degree. So in this case, then, what we're calling this concern about the, I guess, reactivity of a social system is what we're calling the old induction problem. But we're going to cash it out in a specific way, namely that we're thinking about this broadly in terms of inductive inferences. So if we're going to think, the old induction problem is basically this: that social systems are can be so unstable that in some cases what we're going to end up with are situations where we want to be able to perform an induction from a set of premises about a kind that might be a broadly an interactive kind to a conclusion that we can't draw because, hey, the kind has changed in a way that blocks that inference. And so there's something like an equivocation happening in the argument when you see this happen, right? So that's broadly the way we're thinking about it. Now, this problem is interesting because I think it's it's been addressed by Ron, which is that, hey, it's not strictly speaking a problem. Maybe there are different kinds of cognitive factors in the background that constrain social systems and make it so that, hey, our inferences can come out to be reasonably reliable. Other people who have defended something broadly in this vein are philosophers like Francesco Walla. And so we're going to treat this problem as perhaps not the most pressing problem, but we're going to try to raise a new problem in light of what's going to happen with the case of race as an interactive kind. So with that said, here's some additional stage setting. One of the most influential texts on race and sociology comes from Michael Omi and Howard Winant. They constructed what's referred to as the racial formation theory. And according to the racial formation theory, well, here, I'll just read it out. We conceive of a racial formation processes as occurring through a linkage between structure and signification. Racial projects do both the ideological and practical work of making these links and articulating the connection between them. A racial project is simultaneously an interpretation, representation, or explanation of racial identities and meanings, and an effort to organize and distribute resources, economic, political, and along particular racial lines. So the idea that we're going to get from this is that more or less that race is a kind of constructed, something constructed out of these racial projects. And so we get real races, and these are real races according to Omi and Winant. They're not racial anti-realists from this combination of different interactions between between racial projects. So racial representations, for example, might be a part of this, and we might have a wide range of cultural and scientific and political representations. We might have different resource allocations, and these things will all influence how somebody ends up being characterized in terms of their racial identity. So we can kind of see this diagrammatically here if it helps you. So we might have these different race representations and resource allocations. You can see that here we have this line of, we have this arrow point giving a sense of the influence here. The race representation might influence a particular way in which certain economic or political resources are distributed. And we might have multiple racial projects in this abstract sense that are producing these real races. So this is all very abstract and theoretical, but one way we can start to think about this is that these different racial projects are going to be bound up in all these different features that we associate with people's racial identities. So here, for example, for illustration, is a paper by Maya Sen and Omar Waisau, Race as a Bundle of Sticks, where the question is about, well, how do we effectively operationalize race for the purposes of studying it? And in this case, we might see that the consequences of certain racial projects may be bound up in these different variables. We might be able to see the presence of somebody's being white or black and see that reflected in the particular dialects that they have, their level of wealth, their region of ancestry, etc. So these racial projects are supposed to have significant consequences for people's racial categorizations, and that's where we find ourselves. All right, so what we're going to do is motivate this problem, and this is what we're going to call the new induction problem. And it's going to seem a little bit like big and abstract at first, but then I'm going to dive into a couple of examples, a couple of case studies to help with this. So for some interactive kinds K, it is not a legitimate methodological concern to distinguish accurate from inaccurate representations of K. Some interactive kinds silence legitimate methodological concerns as to whether inductions using that interactive kind are sound. So what we're going to do here is try to show you that, hey, there's this nasty consequence, which is that if we go with this kind of broad social construction picture associated with race, namely the one associated with Omi and Winan, then what we'll end up with is the situation where the very nature of the interactive kind seems to block our ability to take on really important critical kinds of activities associated with studying race. All right, so with that said, let's transition to the next big section of the paper. So in this case, we're going to talk about what we're going to call the representation problem. And the representation problem is what's going to help us motivate this new induction problem. So we're going to look at what the problem is. We're going to consider what are called some racial fluidity tests, which have been proposed by some social scientists, Saperstein and Penner in particular, who we're going to talk about. They effectively operationalize the kind of abstract framework that Omi and Winan were talking about. They talk about it in very abstract theoretical terms. And then we're going to come back at the end, and I'm going to relate the representation problem to the new induction problem. Okay, so if formation theory is this is the problem. If formation theory is true, then it's never a legitimate methodological concern that a social scientific measure of race is inaccurate. And I'm going to motivate this very loosely for you. The main concern just ends up being that, well, look, these racial projects, they're this collection of race representations and all these different features of our social system. And in this case, the very objects, I guess, abstractly speaking here, that are used to measure race are going to end up having to be a part of those racial projects themselves. And if so, then, well, it becomes strange to start to ask questions like, hey, is this representation that we have constructed an accurate representation of race, since it's a part of the racial project itself? So you take a diagram of the heart, and then you look, and then you say, like, well, imagine that the heart was, like, we would ask ourselves, like, well, that seems to be a model of the heart. And if you take the heart itself, it would make no sense to ask whether that heart is a model of itself. Right? So in this case, we want to suggest that something very similar is happening in the case of race. That because these measures of race in the context that we're describing them, in the context of Omi and Winan, are a part of the racial project, which constitutes race, that asking whether a representation of race correctly represents that race is much like asking whether the heart correctly represents itself. And that's the main maneuver that we're doing here. So with that said, the problem, let's look at why the problem becomes, let's motivate the problem a little bit more, and let's see what kinds of questions get shut out once we have taken on board something like the representation problem, right? So we've got this study here by Elias Saperstein and Andrew Penner, Racial Fluidity and Inequality in the United States. The goal of the study is to try to look at the ways in which changing social conditions will lead to changes in the identification of people as being members of particular racial groups. So They take data from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, which was taken from 1979 to 2002, and they look at changes in social position, and they want to see how those changes in social position result in changes in racial classification by others. And so what you can see is that over time, what they're doing is they're looking at individual observers, classifying group people as members of races, and seeing that there's some change where when a person's social position is affected, then suddenly they seem to be associated with a different race. So here's a way of modeling that. So for example, here we see like, well, look, their race changes in association with the social position, and that might result in their having a different race at a later year than at the year that they started the study. So this is the sort of broad case that we're looking at, right? So in this case, then you might imagine that what's happening is that all these different background features that are a part of the racial projects, right? They're influencing the person's racial categorization. All right, so let's turn now to think about this. Why think that the representation problem is a problem? So let's look at what's going on in the case of racial fluidity a little bit more closely. So there are two different ways we can state the representation problem. There are two different versions of it that we articulate. So in the first version of the problem, what we're going to look at is the case of a single measure. And in the case of that single measure, what's happening is that we have people in this one context applying a particular set of instructions to classify certain individuals as members, to classify certain individuals as members of a race. So in this case, they're typically asking these people how they identify. And so they might ask about how they're identified in terms of their racial, how they identify racially. But one of the big problems is that, actually, let me move this real quick. Oops. All right, one of the big problems that comes up here is that how people identify is not always in racial terms, and they might identify incorrectly, right? They might identify, for example, as American, as what's happened in the context of some of these survey results. So they might draw on their national origin, which is problematic in this case as well. But note here that since these measures themselves are part of the racial project, that then it seems that we don't really have to ask it. We can't really ask any questions about whether, in fact, that measure is misclassifying, right? So something happens in this case in this case, we're not in a position to ask reasonable questions about the measure itself. There is, second, the multiple measure representation problem. And in this case, what we're looking at are the case of two measures. And so one thing to note is that between 1979 and 2002, two different measurement results or two different measurement methods were used. The 2002 categories, in this case, people were asked whether they fall into those 5 categories, whereas in the earlier ones, it was, as I described, they were sort of asked what their identities were. And so the question comes up, well, in this case, can we ask how these measures compare? Can we perform certain kinds of comparisons and think about the relative accuracy of these measures with respect to each other? And the natural answer here seems to be, well, if they're all parts of the racial projects and there's no reason to think that in fact that there's any kind of way of them mistakenly representing their target, then no, we can't say that. So that's the multiple measure version of the problem. So then the third final one that we might consider here is that in this case there are interviewers involved, and so in some cases what might happen is that interviewers might make mistakes with respect to their racial classification of these individuals. Then the question becomes, well, hey, can these interviewers be mistaken about the way in which they are classifying these individuals with respect to their race? And the answer seems to be, well, if we're going to think about them as interactive kinds, then possibly not. So that leaves us then with this broad concern, which is that, well, at least for some interactive kinds, it looks like, well, if we're going to treat them as an interactive kind, whatever fills in K here, then we have to silence certain legitimate methodological concerns. That is, reasonable questions that we might ask about the accuracy of the representations that we're using to describe, say, in this case, people's racial identities. And if so, then, well, here are a couple of things. Is this problem one that can be overcome? Are there better ways of trying to get at what an interactive, how to detect an interactive kind? Are there better methodological tools available? Is there some way of overcoming this? I have a feeling this won't be handled the way that, for example, the old problem was handled, by appealing to some broad in principle sort of like, hey, the metaphysics the metaphysics of the social system could be stable enough to allow us to be able to draw reliable inference. In this case, you might be focused on things more methodologically, but there's also a more provocative question that's left here, that we might ask, which is, well, hey, maybe it's wrong to treat certain categories, in this case, like race, as interactive kinds at all. And that's that.
The sort of non-trivial terminological question, which is, I'm curious why you kind of stay with the racial formation framing rather than something like racialization. And I'm thinking especially of like Adam Hoffman's work on, racialization and that concept. So I just wanted to invite you to say a little bit about differences there, or why you're staying towards racial formation.
Right. So in this case, I mean, I think there are a couple of things I can say here. And again, I'll add my proviso that whatever I say may not be a reflection of exactly what Kareem thinks, since my other half is not here. But there are a couple of things. One thing is that a large part of our project is trying to figure out how to extract what's going on metaphysically in terms of how social scientists are approaching a particular topic. So yeah, social scientists may talk about racialization in some cases, but the concern here is that the racialization processes that, say, for example, Omi and Weine might be talking about are also supposed to lend to something like the reality of race, whereas Hoffman, I believe, is in this position of like wanting to defend the racialization without the reality of race. And so we're sort of taking on board the metaphysical commitments of the social scientists in this case for the purposes of trying to figure out, hey, what follows from the particular commitments that they're making. Because I think you're right. I mean, I guess the flip side of this would be that if we dropped, if we said like, hey, there are no races, or we just go with only racialization, then it looks like there's some strict sense in which, rather than all of our representations of race being completely accurate, they're all in some strict sense inaccurate, which might itself lend to some kind of interesting problem. Sorry, that was a little bit scattered, but is that clear? We're just trying to like sort of unpack what the social scientists are up to.
I'll just jump in here because I want to know what this new induction problem is. So explain. So for some interactive kinds, it's not a legitimate concern to distinguish accurate from inaccurate representations. I think I get that point. You're talking about these, if it's coming from within the project, I mean, that would just be question begging, right? So it's akin to the kind of problem Riana was talking about, where you don't have some consensus about an operational definition, I take it. Mm-hmm. And so explain that second part. Some interactive kinds, they silence. Is that because they kind of yield regular kind of projectable inferences? So you're like, oh, well, it's tracking something.
There's no reason to ask whether the inference is unsuccessful, whether the premises of the inference are true. Imagine it that way. We turn from a question about whether we can ever get to the conclusion, whether we can draw the conclusion because the interactive kind has changed. Instead, we're here asking, is there a good reasonable doubt to raise against the premises of the induction? And then we can never say yes, because we're always stuck with having to conclude that the representations are accurate.
Jump in here.
Yeah, jump in.
My question. But it's also a suggestion, for someone as old as myself, when you talk about old problem of induction, new problem of induction.
I knew this one was coming.
But I think it's more straightforward, and John's phrasing of this has already hinted at that hacking, of course, do is good and deeply, and was very, so what you're calling the old problem is the new problem, that is, what predicates are projectable, right? And if they're not hacking has its own story about why certain predicates aren't projectable. And then when I took it, is that what you were saying, you were calling the new problem, is that in effect, these people have made the notion of race analytic. And that's why you can't question the premise. It simply follows, by the way you defined what a race is, that whoever you're talking about does or does not fall in it. It's not an empirical question. That is, the definition has been set up, and then
it's almost the way you're setting it up is almost like it completely silences intention.
And I take it that you're calling this a problem because you want to say, look, there is something about the notion of race, and this goes back, I think, to the original question, which I thought was very well put, about, well, look, shouldn't the question we be asking is, what the hell do we think we're measuring?
Right.
Right. What is this construct? And I always get abused here, and I understand the reasons this happens, but I think about my grandparents emigrated, fled Europe, and to have seen themselves classified as white. You talk about cognitive dissonance, but I understand perfectly why it migrates, but at the same time, it should be an object lesson to us all about how, right, you don't want to make the notion of case analytic, it's just too historically unstable.
So that does speak to the intuition that I hope that this problem is getting at, which is just that, hey, there should be, in some sense, that we should be able to perform inductive inferences about people's about race in general, right?
So you're saying, okay, we had this Goodwin problem with the original upright time, but it seems weird to make the notion of race analytic. Is there a middle ground? And I thought the suggestion that what we should do is be challenging, what's this concept doing? How does it arise? Why is it that we even have an interest? We're not measuring left-handedness, but we are measuring race.
Yeah. So this is a part of a broader project where Kareem and I are wondering about the type of concept that's operative in the context of the social sciences. So how much of it, like, what metaphysical commitments are there into when people are studying race and using race as a variable in the social sciences? And that's sort of something that's off in the distance here that we're thinking about, because the provocative conclusion I was hinting at was that perhaps we don't have to think about race as an interactive kind, and maybe by doing that it would be serviceable as something that can enter into these inferences. So that's broadly how we're thinking about it off in the distance. Yeah.
Thank you. You could give a pretty good argument that ethnicity is a interactive kind. I think you could do it for race too, but I think for ethnicity, it's quite clear that it's cultural mechanisms, something like looping effects that are causing these things. So yeah, I mean, I think Paul's point is apt, right? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like, and this was for Riana's paper too, right? I mean, I think you do something like a robustness analysis, meta-analysis of all these incommensurables, and you might get something interesting in it. Let's say, Ron, did you have?
Well, there's a lot in your talk, so thank you for that. I had two concerns. One of them was that the kinds of errors you're talking about in terms of these measurements don't seem to me like what a social scientist would say is that it's okay if self-identification changes over time. It's okay if the definition of race is slightly different. The main thing is that you have a really high correlation between 1979 and 2025. If someone self-identified as Black in 1979, there's really high correlation between those people and the people who would self-identify as Black in 2025, and same for other identification. And so those kinds of errors or slippages or changes in the operational definitions aren't going to really matter to a social scientist who's looking at these groups in terms of broad social trends. And then the second concern I had was just this argument about the representation being part of what's studied. And I may not totally understand the argument. It looks like it entails that there couldn't be a science of science, for example. There couldn't be a biology of the science of biology. There couldn't be a person, for example, who had a gender and participated in gendered life who studied gender. And those arguments, I mean, those claims all just seem patently false. And it seems to me like what we do when we think about the social sciences is we have a kind of idealized model in which qua scientist, the person is like the Martian anthropologist. And qua scientists, they stand outside the field of study and try to study it, even though in reality, they're situated and embedded, and even the science they produce may in various ways have causal effects on the objects of study. So I guess I wondered whether you could make that argument more clear, that it didn't have those surprising results, and why an idealization like that isn't the right way to think about it.
Okay, yeah, no, there is more of an argument in the background here. I perhaps should have put it on one of the slides at the end, but yeah, I don't have a clever response for some of these things, sadly. So, like one of the things about, I guess you're asking is almost like whether the argument for the idea that these racial representations are bound up in these racial projects, whether in some sense that ends up proving too much. Is that the kind of concern?
Well, that's a way of thinking about if you think about those examples as reductios, yeah, it's like they prove too much.
Yeah. So it's like, you might end up with like crazy results that like what isn't a part of the racial project, I guess. Right. And then I guess thinking more carefully about the distinction between what fits into the racial project and what doesn't, because there's a strict sense in which I guess the representation is a part of the racial project, because it's us using these categories to sort people and then the effects of those categories in the sorting. But then at the same, so like I kind of wonder if that's the issue here, right? Maybe there's some sense in which, like, for example, the measures of whatever biologists are doing when they go out and they collect organisms and say, hey, they have these types and we're, keeping track of them over time, like, and then they might try to model what's going on with them mathematically. Like the model is not a part of the system. There's a separation there. And so that separation between the representation and the system itself is there in the biological case, but not necessarily there in the social scientific case. Now, like, so I'm guessing there seems to be at least I'm trying to work through it a little bit. There's at least an in-principle distinction here that I think could be workable. But yeah, no, that seems like a concern, and yeah, worth clarifying for sure.
This text bombing me. All these questions.
I'm going to say, if I may, it might be very, very naive and probably will lead you on to mistakes.
I can give you a naive response in return.
Yeah, absolutely. Because maybe will help me understand better, and probably will have just to restate something you already said. But how do you draw the boundary between those interactive kinds that face the induction problem and those new introduction problem and those who do not? So how is race like a particular case, or I mean,
it's a particular case.
All the social categories in the same bag.
Yeah.
And I have a second aspect of my question, which is opposite. Since you mentioned Walla, I wanted to know. So this is like really on the other hand, let's ask whether Walla's proposal for multifunctionality, so categories that allow for inferences because they have multiple functions and money, family, would this way of not solving the problem, but this kind of account work for race and make it stable and the object of some reliable inference? So I have two horns. One is skeptical and one is
So I might ask you for clarification on the second, because I'm not 100% clear on that. But as for the first, I mean, I don't have the most satisfying answer here, which is that this is supposed to be at least one way to think about it is that the example helps to motivate this problem. Now, which interactive kinds are going to end up falling prey to this is something I meant to be clear about at the end of the talk. Well, it's going to be those that are going to be in this case, like, for example, I tried to draw that rough distinction with Ron just now, those where we end up having these measures that are also bound up in the thing that we're talking about, right? So in this case, the measure itself is a part of the racial project. The racial project constitutes race. And so in this case, we're stuck having to, we're stuck in this position where our representations always seem to be accurate in some broad sense.
And of course, we could generalize this to other.
Yeah, so in fact, I would like, Yeah, I would like to avoid that if at all possible, since I think this might end up being an empirical question, which is kind of almost the direction I was going in with response to Ron's question, because I was sort of like, well, look, like maybe it's different for other cases, right? It's clear that these models of biological populations are not bound up in some project that's equivalent to the biological population itself. There's something else going on in the case of race where we have, like, at least if we're going with the Omi and Winan framework here. And so this could be empirical in that sense as well. Maybe maybe there's a sense in which the framework is just a bad framework for thinking about race. And maybe there are empirically successful ways of approaching this question about the nature of race that are not necessarily subject to this particular problem. So there are lots of details here in the background that need to be, that will ultimately need to be fleshed out for sure. Yeah. Sorry, the second problem.
No, the second is that there's this idea, at least if I understand Guala's proposal correctly, is that there are some kinds that are unreliable. You cannot really trust them, or you cannot really trust the inference you can draw from them. But if you look at the multiple functions that some of these categories or concepts play in the social world, maybe you can observe their multiple interconnection between money. Money serves and serve different functions as savings and security, but also exchange goods. And so basically, I think Anguala wants to argue that if you look at the way in which all these functions that are diverse and they interact with one another, they end up with respect to one another, then you get something that resembles a more reliable and stable social kind.
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be possible also in the case of race?
So that seems perfectly plausible. In fact, I mean, one of the things I wanted to sidestep with the old induction problem was the question about whether these categories could be stable, suggesting that people like Walla and Ron here have already kind of given some pretty persuasive arguments for the fact that social systems might be sufficiently stable to support these inductions. So yeah, here we're not worried so much about the stability, just about the adequacy of our representational tools and what we end up having to say about them as a consequence of how we're talking about race otherwise.
Just a quick jump in, I go to Mohammed, and I'm just gonna comment, you don't need to respond, but I wonder, just following directly on Mateo's comment, I wonder if any kind that is contested or even multifactorial in terms of causes is going to face this kind of problem. Whenever we have different measures, I'm thinking about it like the empathy case where it's like, well, we can think about it as emotional empathy or kind of theory of mind, and people disagree about that. And so for each within those frameworks, this kind of new induction problem is going to come up, right?
Okay,
If
yeah.
someone's saying, well, I'm just doing theory of mind, you can't say, well, that's inaccurate. Like, this is how I've operationally defined it. So I'll pass on to Mohammed.
Yeah, I was just trying to think whether or how this relates to another problem that some people have raised with respect to race, especially in that kind of bundle of sticks traditionally referred to, which is that race is often treated as though it's an independent variable, and then you look at sort of correlation, race, neighborhood, class, whatever. But actually, for many purposes, it should be thought not as being independent of those other variables. It's actually could be thought to be constituted by those other variables. So whenever we try and sort of think of it as, because part of what's happening, I think, is deep down we somehow still think of it as being some kind of intrinsic essential property of individuals, as opposed to being constituted by these other.
So I'm sorry, bringing it back to this. I want to respond to part of what you said, but I want to make sure it's on point.
Well, I was wondering whether the problem that you're raising is related to that problem.
Yeah.
At some points, that's what.
I guess this kind of goes maybe to like sort of like what I'm hearing. Maybe hopefully I'm being charitable and I'm getting it right. Is something almost to like a little bit close to what Ron was suggesting about, hey, what's a part of this, right? And so maybe if the racial project is constituted by all the sticks in the bundle or something like that, then like all those things might be thought to be accurate representations of race. Of course, that ends up being extremely complicated in some cases because, for example, like there might be things like religion or culture or names or things like that might end up being a part of the bundle. Like certain names tend to be associated with certain people from certain racial backgrounds. And well, that seems strange to think that the name constitutes that person's race. because you could change their name and presumably have no impact on their race, their racial identity. But yeah, I think it is related to that kind of problem. How related? I'm kind of interested in like thinking about the details a little bit more there. But it does seem like there's something structurally similar happening there.
So the idea that you need kind of an analytical approach to race kind of emphasizes how important data collection is for getting at least some semblance of a coherent definition for these different things. And I was wondering, what are some of the more promising ways of analyzing this that you come across that might, even if it's flawed, might give a more coherent definition within that
So
kind of way of analyzing?
So in this case, some of the approaches we've come across are some of the approaches you've seen here, right? So some of the standard maneuvers that you might make for studying the relationship between race and any other thing might be to find pools of data collected for the purposes of the census, or to try to collect data like in the way that I was describing, where like observers might try to sort individuals, or they might ask individuals about their racial identities. This, like in terms of their level of satisfyingness for these purposes, it can be a little bit tricky because in many cases, like people might sort of what I alluded to a moment ago, lead with like something like their national identity rather than what we think of as their racial identity. And even like if you're looking at the philosophy of race kind of broader literature, and if you look at these, let me see if I can get all the way back to the beginning of this presentation. All right, if you look at those categories from the from the census, there's some controversies in the philosophical discussions about race regarding these categories, right? For one, right, we typically think of discrimination against Hispanic or Latino people as racial discrimination, but it's not treated as a racial category, right? So I think in terms of like how good they are, well, there's a question to ask here. Well, what question is the social scientist trying to ask? And then which metrics are going to be the best one to pull that off? Maybe this is a worthwhile trade-off to make for the purposes of certain kinds of social scientific purposes. Maybe it's not great for studying racial discrimination against Hispanics if we're going to exclude it as a racial category. But I don't know if there's like a clean answer to like what's a good measure, what's not. It's sort of like, hey,
Kind of philosophical backing for what kind of questions you're asking.
or even just the context of what you're trying to do in certain research context, right? Like you need to know, like, hey, I'm trying to study this question. To study this question, I need to be able to access this I need data of this type, and maybe this is great data for that. Maybe you need other methods for other questions.
I guess I just wonder, it seems to be like the way I would think the right thing to do was to not, even though you have all these different ways of identifying race social scientifically, and that they're incommensurable in various ways, or they change or they're different, is that you think, as we do in most sciences, that the category you're trying to study is in some sense revealed to you in the course of investigation a posteriori. And so then once you think that, then you're not so worried about the fact that the various operationalizations are different from one another, or that you may have made an error. There may be systematic error in some of them.
Yeah. I mean, that would be interesting if that turned out to be true in the case of race, right? I'm not sure how this squares with what's written, what's up here, right? But I'm just not your question, what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But it would, like, I'm not sure over the long run, if with enough study of a particular subject that we do get those things, like the essence of what we're studying. Like, for example, some of the things we try to get clear on are things like we might try to find stable patterns in certain socioeconomic variables in their relationship with a person's racial identity, but we haven't learned something deep about race. We've learned maybe something that we would like to correct about the world. But, so I'm wondering if, like, unless you're thinking about just the study of race as a variable to measure in the first place, and given study of that over a long enough period of time, we might be able to sort of get at ultimately what it is that we're trying to study. Am I?
That is actually what I think. I think you could find out for example, I think you could find out something deep about race. And then you might say, well, like there are people who say we want to get rid of race, or we want to keep race, or whatever. And some of those things are going to vary by explanatory and political interests. But I don't think it's crazy to think that you've learned something about race when you find out that socioeconomic status changes people's self-identification. That seems like you learned something possibly about race and not about.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question of whether we learn something about race or whether we learn something about the way in which people's racial classifications tend to vary with the circumstances.
So I totally agree with you that there is that question, and I don't mean to beg it.
Yeah.
I only mean that it's a possibility to say that we've learned something about race, and that you are perhaps begging it in the other direction.
What would count as learning something about race?
That was kind of what I was.
Well,
Yeah, your example
I
is the
just gave an
Betzler
example.
No, that you could say that you learn that skin color varies with perception of skin color, but what would it be to learn something about race?
I just gave an example that you might learn something about race by finding out that socioeconomic status is a determinant of it.
So yeah,
How about this as a
How's that learning
analogous
something
case,
about,
right?
Isn't that learning something about how people are, I mean, maybe.
That's just to make the same move he's making, to assume that you couldn't have learned anything about race.
Well,
You already have an
I-
analytic conception of what it is.
I don't have any concept, I mean, I find it a puzzling concept actually, and anyway, okay.
So I wonder if this is helpful, like, so if you look at the history of attempts to try to figure out what intelligence is, right? We have some of the best psychometric tests in this. If we want to look at psychometrics, take a look at intelligence. Did we learn anything insightful about intelligence? Well, some people say G was the thing that correlates with all the intelligence tests. It's not, and certainly we learned about correlates with SES and other kinds of social variables. But I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
if we
so-
learned anything out of that. Some people are just like, no, that's all trash. I mean, obviously, a
Well,
lot of it was.
it's not some one thing.
So-
We could have-
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be.
Negative result is
That
not a
seems to
result.
be what's right. We decide what intelligence is. It's
So-
similar to the kind of.
This is helping, yeah. So the way, like one of the things that Kareem and I have talked about in other contexts is the possibility that we might be able to like think about what we can subtract before we just get to the concept that people are using when they're in the social scientific research context when they're talking about race. And it might just be something like national, like one's ancestral origins, right? Like there's just what's described here. And that's the most stable thing because everything else you can imagine as being one of the sticks in the bundle might be manipulated without any effect on their race. But this seems to be something that's much harder to manipulate and not affect a person's race. And so maybe, yeah, ultimately we learned that the one thing in common is something like this. Maybe we don't learn anything particularly deep, just that people have certain ancestral connections to certain regions of the world. But that could be it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I talked too much already, but you just gave a description about finding out something about the concept people were using.
Yeah.
And I was giving a description. I was talking about using science to discover what race is.
Yeah.
Which isn't about the concept of race. It's about the referent of the concept.
Yeah.
So it could be that that's a referent, but that's a different thing.
Yeah. No, I'm going to take your question asking to be indicative of your keen interest in what's going on.
Yeah, this might be what hacking would just call a different kind, right? He might want to point to genomics or something like this, but yeah, it's an interesting kind of feature with the sticks model that this one's, is it the only stable one? I don't know if
Yeah.
is it?
That's a good question. I mean, these categories certainly aren't accidental in many ways, right? But yeah,
This is out of the back of the
yeah. Yeah, you know what I heard was that, I mean, a long time ago, was that it's really great during your dissertation defense if you can get the people in your committee arguing with each other. And I will take this to be a rough analogy to that.
All right, let's thank Richard and Kareem.
Thank you, Kareem, if you're out there.
Thank you, Kareem.
He's lurking.
Yeah.
I guess I'll get started. So I'm going to start our afternoon session. So I'm going to give a talk, Hacking's Particularism and Historical Methodology. So today what I want to talk about is hacking's kind of meta-philosophy, and I'm going to talk about hacking's general philosophical methodology or strategy of formulating philosophical normative arguments out of historical cases. So I approached this kind of project with a bit of trepidation. In conversations with Ian sometime in the mid-2000s, he emphasized that he had no coherent philosophical methodology, and there's nothing that really kind of ties together all his various philosophical projects. And I take Ian's kind of proclamation pretty seriously. But I do think that there's more to hacking's methodology than this kind of quietist view would suggest. In an interview that Ian gave after winning the Holberg International Memorial Prize in 2009, he stated in this interview that I'm a philosopher of the particular case, right? And I think this is a very apt way of describing Ian's methodology. So I'll present hacking's metaphilosophy as a particularist approach to philosophy of science. I'm going to talk, I think it's a view that's influenced by diverse sources, but I'm going to talk about J.L. Austin, his theory of speech acts, and Michel Foucault's history of the present. Hacking's historical approach, I think it's of general interest to contemporary kind of HPS. And hacking obviously was one of the most influential kind of historians and philosophers of science, working a generation after Kuhn. So he's influential in the Stanford School, of course, movements like historical epistemology, integrated philosophy of science in practice, all these kinds of major movements within HPS, hacking's being at least close to the kind of foundations of these movements. My focus will be on how hacking supports his normative philosophical arguments with history, and I'll present hacking's methodological position as addressing this dilemma of case studies that Joe Pitt has raised. Basically, this is the dilemma of presenting philosophical arguments based that are biased because of a certain selection of historical cases, or hasty generalization because of limited historical support. Hacking's solution, it primarily addresses the second horn, the problem of generalizability, and he embraces a kind of historical particularism, I'm going to suggest, that eschews drawing universalist or monistic claims about science. Hacking's particularism, it recommends formulating qualified and deflationary normative arguments that don't go beyond what's suggested by historical cases. And I'm going to suggest at least that this methodology, it can count as a kind of meta-philosophy because it can accommodate most of the kind of projects that Ian worked on, including, I think both, you can draw a distinction within hacking between his kind of more historical projects and his more kind of normative projects. And I think it counts for both quite well. So let me start off with the dilemma of case studies. This is formulated by Joe Pitt. The target of Pitt's kind of dilemma are HPS theorists, right? People who are, out of the logical empiricist kind of tradition into the HPS tradition, and thinking about methodologically how they use history. And Pitt's kind of suggestion is that the formulation of normative conclusions is always going to be liable to the fallacies of question begging or hasty generalization. In fact, he's going to think there's a bit of a trade-off, right? So he's especially targeting people like Kuhn, who take historical cases to stand as evidence for certain kind of normative claims. So here's the dilemma, right? Those for HPS people, you want to make some normative argument, support it with historical case studies. Well, either these cases are selected because they support some philosophical conclusion, or they're randomly selected. Right? If it's selected because it exemplifies some philosophical point, then it's not clear that the historical data hasn't just been manipulated to fit the point. If one starts with a case study, then it's not clear where to go from there, right? For it's unreasonable to generalize from one case to even 2 or 3. Therefore, the use of cases to support philosophical conclusions is either biased or non sequitur, right? This is why I say it's either question begging or generalization, right? And this is basically a question, well, how much historical evidence is needed to kind of motivate some kind of normative conclusion, right? This dilemma of case studies, it was anticipated by Mary Hesse back in 1980, right? She says, speaking about Kuhn as well, the case history approach is liable to fall into either dogmatic partisanship for a single theory of science or into lack of generality. So I think this dilemma of case studies is particularly salient as a challenge for someone like Kuhn. It seems like his theory of scientific revolutions, it falls prey to both horns of this dilemma, right? Regarding the first horn, Kuhn supports his theory of scientific revolutions primarily through 3 case studies, right? It's about Copernican revolution, the chemical revolution, and transition from Newtonian dynamics to the theory of relativity. He presents these cases to show that revolutions typically involve the non-cumulative replacement of an older paradigm with an incommensurable new one. Regarding this kind of question-begging charge, critics, people like W. Shapiro, very early on argued that Kuhn's historical descriptions are just inaccurate, right? He's giving theory-laden kind of descriptions of the history of science through the lens of his theory of scientific revolutions. Philosophers of physics have complained that Kuhn's presentation of the Einsteinian revolution neglects continuities while exaggerating discontinuities. Moreover, Kuhn's presentation of the Einsteinian revolution as a fourth choice between incommensurable paradigms that would define physics is misleading, right? The Einsteinian revolution fundamentally did not involve a replacement of Newtonian mechanics, right? Newton's theory is still very largely widely used by scientists and engineers. But really what was going on was not a replacement, but a recognition of the limited domain of applicability for Newton's theory, right? Classical mechanics, it applies to objects on Earth moving slower than the speed of light, right? So this question begging point is just that, well, Kuhn seems to be kind of imposing his theory of scientific revolutions into the history of science, right? He's not giving a straight kind of description of this. In correspondence, fire up, and he makes this point very explicit. Kuhn says, yeah, I'm giving a value-free description of science, and Fire Robin's just like, there's no way you're giving a value-free description of science. Regarding the second horn, the hasty generalization charge, a larger, more random selection of scientific cases might conflict with the philosophical conclusions that Kuhn reaches. For example, if he did an analysis of the transition from theories of blending inheritance to Mendelian inheritance, this might reveal a much more continuous and cumulative view of scientific revolutions. I think that's the case. If you look at the history of genetics, you can go from the ancient period to Mendel, very kind of cumulative kind of steps. Similarly, you can look at the shift from behavioral psychology to cognitive psychology. That might yield a much more cumulative, continuous picture of scientific change, right? So cognitive revolution, there was like, oh yeah, psychology got its mind back. But, these behaviorist methods of classical conditioning, operant conditioning, they're largely retained within cognitive psychology. They remain central in neuroscience research, right? So it's not clear anything's being replaced. But the presence of these kinds of alternative narratives really highlights the significance of this kind of hasty generalization kind of point. Now, as one of the most important advocates of the HPS tradition of philosophy of science, writing a generation after Kuhn, I think Hacking's keenly aware of these kinds of methodological issues. Maybe not in terms of the dilemma of case studies, but I think he's very much thinking about these issues as people like Fire Robbins criticizing Kuhn's methodology, and people within HPS are trying to figure out, well, what are we doing? How are we generating normative claims? I want to suggest that Hacking's favored philosophical methodology is a certain kind of particularist methodology. And I think it's motivated to address something like the dilemma of case studies. So I think hacking's particularism, it's really kind of honed in on this kind of centralization figure, right? So if one starts with a case study, it's hard to know what we can generalize out of that. I think hacking's solution to this is to think like this. Well, most examine particular case studies, the authors can avoid making invalid inferences by drawing very qualified and local normative kinds of conclusions. I think this is the general kind of tack that hacking takes in his various philosophical kinds of studies.
John, excuse me. Some of us have lost sound, several of us. Hate to interrupt, but we can't hear you.
How's that?
There we go. Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's just. Thanks, Jamie. Right, so these ground level questions, these are very particular questions about specific cases, contextualized. Oh, geez. And second story questions, right? These are general questions about objectivity that assume that objectivity is a stable epistemic ideal, right? These are philosophers' questions, right? What is scientific objectivity, right? Hacking's general position is we should address one and not two. Right? And this motivates hacking's kind of slogan. We should, let's get down to work on cases, not generalities, right? Very clear statement of particularism. Hacking regards, he's argued this in other places as well, that when you start asking questions like, what is scientific objectivity, what's rationality, what's truth, what he calls them are kind of elevator words, or words that wear the trousers. He uses this kind of thing. These are kinds of assumed to be kind of stable epistemic ideals that we can kind of clarify through conceptual analysis. He's gonna object to philosophical analyses of such words because he says, in social construction of what he says, well, these are just circularly defined. You can say operationally defined. And use of them gives a false impression that there's stable meanings for such terms. And his favorite historical methodology is, as known in historical epistemology, is to analyze words as they appear in various particular historical sites, right? The particularism, it's also salient, I think, in his defense of entity realism, right? He distinguishes between realism about theories, realism about entities. He eschews questions about realism about theories, but he thinks there's good reasons for being entity realists. So Hacking's argument for entity realism, it emphasizes the use and manipulation of theoretical entities as a basis for believing in their reality. And he says, we have evidence for the reality of entities under very specific conditions, right? He says, the experimenters convinced of the reality of entities, some of whose causal properties are sufficiently well understood that they can be used to interfere elsewhere in nature. One's impressed by entities that one can use and test conjectures about more hypothetical entities. So he thinks that we have evidence for the reality of unobservables, theoretical entities, genes, electrons, that experimenters can control and manipulate to study other parts of nature, right? Or intervene with other aspects of nature. And amazingly, Hacking, he draws this kind of philosophical conclusion largely on the basis of one case study, right? Right, the kind of Peggy 2 electron gun, use of electrons, the way that scientists manipulate electrons in electron guns to study free quarks, right? This is, he's drawing this conclusion completely out of that. He talks about microscopes, other things, but this is the main kind of case study. Right, so he says, we're completely convinced of the reality of electrons when we regularly set out to build, and often enough succeed in building new kinds of device that use well understood causal properties of electrons to interfere in more hypothetical parts of nature. And this, of course, motivates Hacking's well-known motto, if you can spray them, then they're real. Right, it's of course very curious that Hacking doesn't offer any other cases to kind of support entity realism, experimental realism. Seems like a pretty big normative conclusion he's drawing about entity realism. He could have talked about the manipulation of genes in medical contexts or in the context of artificial selection. Here, I just want to highlight the kind of qualified limited normative conclusion Hacking's willing to draw from this particular case study. I'll mention, you know, in my dissertation, I wrote about reality of mental disorders. I was trying to use interventionists. Yeah, Hacking, he was having none of that. He was yelling at me. He was talking about himself in the third person. He was just, okay, I upset him over that. So he has very specific meaning over his entity realism. So as I said, I think as a methodological strategy, Hacking's particularism really grabs the second horn of Pitt's dilemma by qualifying and limiting the scope of normative claims away from universal questions, like when our scientific theory is true, towards particular and local normative questions, like when do we have evidence for the unobservable entities posited in scientific theories? In the example of entity realism, Hacking, he's willing to formulate a local argument. In the time left, I just want to say something about the influence of J.L. Austin and Michel Foucault on Hacking's particularist methodology. Here's some kind of representative quotes from Hacking on Austin. He says, one thing that I really wish that philosophers of tomorrow would return to the lessons of two 20th century figures who never inherited a historical word into their primary philosophies. I mean, J.L. Austin, not his work on speech acts, but his delicate analysis of explanations for the nuances of meaning, and Ludwig Wittgenstein. Right? Austin tried to get us to focus on what's small and alive rather than grand and abstract. Unfortunately, subsequent writers mostly picked up on his study of speech acts rather than his fine attention to the nuances of ordinary language. Right? So I think one kind of underestimated influence on Hacking is ordinary language philosophy. At least it's not largely talked about. I mean, it's all in his books, right? Of course, as part of this tradition, and this is Casimir Levy, who was Hacking's kind of supervisor at Cambridge, right? The student of Wittgenstein. So ordinary language philosophy, I take it, it's a rejection of a certain kind of tradition of doing philosophy, a top-down kind of methodology where philosophers prescribe kind of stable meanings to words, right? When we're talking about questions like what is scientific objectivity, you know, what are mental disorders, a certain kind of tradition assumes there's kind of realist definitions, and we can kind of use conceptual analysis to clarify these kinds of questions about meaning, right? In the classical analysis, you prescribe a kind of meaning, and you test it against your intuitions for various cases, right? The classical mode of conceptual analysis. Ordinary language philosophers, they invert this, right? So they affirm a kind of bottom-up approach to meaning, right? Following Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations of words use, is its conceptual meaning, right? If we translate it in Hacking's kind of appropriation of words use in various sites, is its unstable conceptual meaning, including epistemic ideals we might want to talk about. And so I think what Hacking takes from Austin is relatively small, but I think the ordinary language philosophy is doing quite a lot. When I read Hacking, I see his kind of sympathies towards people like Rorty. I think it's really this ordinary language philosophy approach he takes. So I take it Rorty, he's in this kind of tradition of anti-representationalist philosophers, people like Brandom, Sellers. There's a long tradition of this, right? People who kind of reject the scheme content distinction. And I think Hacking is very much working from within the ordinary language philosophy tradition. So I think what he takes from Austin is this kind of sensitivity to contextualize meaning of terms and how language and meaning are shaped by cultural and historical factors, right? And Sense and Sensibilia, this is a very small aspect, but clearly Austin does have a very contextualized view of the meaning of speech acts. And this is what Hacking really likes about it. So when you think about Hacking's kind of, I consider these kind of historical works, right? The Emergence of Probability, Taming of Chance, Rewriting the Soul. I think of these as kind of paradigms of this kind of particularist type approach, right? That's what I'm going to say. Maybe really quick with Austin, even faster with Foucault, right? On Foucault and historical ontology, Hacking says a whole lot, right? So here's one of the better quotes I picked out. My work's been seriously influenced by Foucault or by successive Foucaults for many years. Yet I was trained as a purebred analytical philosopher with primary emphasis on philosophical logic. I still regard myself as such, as one whose mind was formed by Frege, Moore, and Russell. I feel no inconsistency between my analytic instincts and my ability to use some aspects of Foucault, right? I think this is a very honest kind of statement by Hacking. I regard my investigations of chance or of child abuse as pursuing the Lockean imperative. This is to investigate the origin of ideas. My work is also manifestly the history of the present in the sense intended by Foucault. One conducts the analysis of the words in their sites in order to understand how we think and why we seem obliged to think in certain ways, right? So like Foucault, I think Hacking, he's assuming that the past contributes to our present kind of understanding of ourselves. From this perspective, he aims to kind of trace the genealogy of concepts to clarify how we arrived at our present concepts, very Foucauldian kind of project. And Hacking has special kind of interest in human science concepts. So I think that Foucault is much more relevant for Hacking's analysis of the human sciences. So if you look at his 5 Parables paper in historical ontology, he basically argues, well, Kuhn's given us the kind of right analysis of the natural sciences, whereas Foucault applies to the human sciences, right? Both aim to clarify the social historical conditions for the emergence of concepts with specific contextualized meanings. But the historical creation of human concepts relates more directly to power, insofar as dominant scientific and social narratives can affect and change the ways that people understand themselves, right? So I take it the kind of paradigms for Foucault are going to be like making up people, looping effects, dynamic, nominalism, historical epistemology. Historical epistemology goes for both. I'll just say, I mean, I find this all a bit thin. So maybe I'm not doing my work well enough. I'm trying to find something deep in Hacking's kind of co-option of Foucault, but it's all these kinds of, my theory is this: Hacking believed a bunch of stuff. Hey, Austin kind of believes that, Foucault kind of believes that, and he just uses their names. That's maybe unfair. In historical ontology, there's pretty deep engagement with different aspects of Foucault, and he says, "Oh, I like reading the books more than the interviews," and all. This is very hacking, right? It's kind of catty, right? He's just kind of commenting on stuff. But I'm trying to find something deeper. So I think I'm not going to talk about it here, but I'll probably try to connect it up with Davidson's work. So Davidson, he's of course, along with hacking, known as one of the key proponents of historical epistemology, is closing up corpses. I took a course with Arnold, his History of Sexuality 1 class at Chicago, and he has, I think him and this is like the idea of the historical a priori. I think Luke is on here. He's got paper on the historical a priori. That's the way to think about it. This kind of quasi-Kantian view where there's a historical a priori that sets the conditions for kind of knowledge, right? And that's the way Arnold would talk about it. It's the way that Ian talks about, not in Rewriting the Soul, but he's got a later kind of discussion of the multiple personality, and he puts it in those kind of very, I think of them as Arnold Davidson kind of formulations, these conditions, right? So like in the History of Madness, right? Foucault's going to say, well, before we could look at madness as an object of scientific inquiry, one historical condition that needed to be met is that unreason needed to be seen as madness, right? So this is a very Foucauldian kind of thing. And I think hacking, Davidson, they have this. I mean, what is more radical coming out of the Foucauldian side is this idea that it might not be radical to people in here, but the idea that certain kinds of concepts like, I wouldn't say homosexuality, but being gay, something like that, they didn't exist until a certain historical period, right? Which isn't to say there weren't what we would call homosexual behaviors, but we needed certain kind of concepts in place, right? So just to conclude, particularism privileges the analysis of concepts or words in their historical context or sites. It eschews kind of universalism or ahistorical kind of analyses, generalizations. I think it commits Ian pretty clearly to some kind of historicism. Particularism aims to formulate local particular normative conclusions out of historical cases. I think this does well at kind of analyzing most of the philosophical projects he does. And his analysis of human sciences reflects this kind of Foucauldian interest in the relation between power and formulations of classifications. And in that 5 parable paper where he's like, who's given the right kind of social analysis of natural science, and Foucault's the right kind of paradigm torchbearer for analyzing the human sciences, he's appealing to something like his later distinction between indifferent and interactive kinds, right? He says, well, like, when scientists are talking about natural entities, they're not going to change, but so he's already got the looping effects back there. So I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, Bojana.
From this later stuff, we're saying pretty much everything that you said here. But leaving that aside, talking about hacking, I was fascinated by the idea that you will be presenting on hacking's metaphilosophy. I always have strong metaphilosophical interest in hacking's work and other people's work. But I'm always a little bit hesitant to attribute metaphilosophy to somebody who so consistently did not want elevator words, did not want metaphilosophy, did not want to do anything meta level, and from there deduce his philosophical practice. So to me, it seems that we can mean many things by metaphilosophy. It could be helpful maybe if you said what you meant here. What I would like to attribute to hacking that would capture what you are talking about, his clear particularism, historicism, and let's not forget his pragmatism and his interactionism, and less interest in representation and description. When we put that together with many other things we can say, I think we can talk in his own style about a style of reasoning. or style of philosophizing that he is developing without that style now being somehow meta level justified
Yeah.
by principles of philosophical engagement.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that comment. I mean, for meta philosophy, I mean, in a very basic sense, what's your philosophical method? And then specifically, as one of the kind of key people working in HPS, because within HPS, a wide variety of kind of methodologies, right? And I think he's standing as a very extreme version of particularism that I don't see many other philosophers of science really occupying. So I guess in response to that, I would say something like, well,
John, can you repeat the question, please?
the question's, is he really making robust philosophical arguments? I take it. And I think, yes, so this is a local argument, but this is the argument. This is a normative claim, right? That's all I want to say. How's he generating normative claims? I mean, so putting it into kind of as a, well, we look at a bunch of historical claims. How do we formulate a philosophical argument out of that? Yeah. I think that's right. Yes. Well, he says, what about like entity realism? That seems like a pretty general. Maybe I should let other people jump in. We can talk about Kuhn though. I hate Kuhn.
Not like you're making a generalization, you're saying, look, it's an Austinian argument, right? If you can spray them, they're real. That's Austin. That's Austin speaking.
Yeah.
Right? That's not Hempel. That's Austin speaking.
Mhm.
Right? And it's a paradigm case argument. You want to say something's real or not? Well, how can we manipulate them? If
Yeah.
you can spray them, what else? What else
Yeah.
you want, buddy? You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not what you're calling. So maybe one question, put it as a question, following up on some of the points Bojana made. Aren't what you're calling some of his historical arguments with normative conclusions just sort of paradigm case that if it
Mhm.
fits our ordinary usage in certain ways, this is all it has to do to qualify as real. And the second question is, right, you yourself mentioned, right, he's very praising of Kuhn, and of course he writes the introduction to the 50th anniversary, a very praising introduction.
Yeah.
Right. So, but at the same time, absent from your account is any mention of the Styles project,
Yeah.
right, which he refers to as his Brodelian view, right? So he thinks Kuhn's right from a certain historical lens, but he also wants to talk about the longue durée, and that's where he thinks, and so put it as a question, how does the Styles project fit with your account of the particularism?
Yeah, no, so it makes sense that Hacken would love someone like Crombie, right? So Crombie, I believe, the first historian of science, someone who established history of science as a professional discipline, but Hacking sees the styles of reasoning. He's like, this is exactly what I like, kind of contingently, kind of the emergence of contingent kind of sub-paradigms, right, of science, right? And I take it like in his paper, he's trying to give the philosophical complement to that. It's a taxonomy of paradigms, something like that.
styles or something.
Mhm.
That was making the contrast with his views of Kuhn, that
Yeah.
standing behind Kuhn, he didn't want to deny the Kuhnian story, but
Yeah.
standing behind Kuhn is this styles project.
Mhm.
Right? He doesn't see those as antagonistic projects, but he sees them as distinct. Right?
I mean, I think that's right. I don't find that disagreeable. I mean, the distinction in Five Parables between, he's just like Foucault's right on the human sciences. Kuhn's could be limited because he's talking about natural kinds or natural science objects. So I'm not sure if I got what you said, but I think styles fits in here. Yeah, Mateo.
So. There's maybe, I would have to read again that interview in which Hawking refers to himself as a philosopher.
The Holberg, yeah.
In particular case, that's a very interesting way of defining himself. I wonder whether there's another way of understanding this particularism. You've linked it to the way in which he says in other occasions, oh, there are no, these Plato's friends, objectivity and stuff like that. These are general ideas. I don't want to rely on them as philosophers normally do in their talk. I want to see that they have historical context of emergence, so I want to go back to the historical details and the context of emergence. But there's perhaps another way of understanding his particularism, which is linked to this former approach that I just mentioned, and this links back to Foucault. It brings it back into the loop here, and it is the fact that the two of them, Hawking and Foucault, are kind of instantiating a sort of philosophical history of science, in my view. And it has to do with Hawking being so appreciative, liking very much Foucault, fetishism for dates and particular events. He was enthusiastic about the fact that Foucault would ask when were baby bottles invented, what year, and Hawking would take this as a positivist way of doing history, looking at dates, specific names. When writing The Taming of Chance, he would start each chapter with a short chapter. Bringing out a quote from a particular obscure individual, and he would refer to this individual as a signpost, just a specific actor, a particular actor of no particular meaning, not a Descartes, not a huge philosopher, but as a signpost, as a particular standpoint from which to draw a whole philosophical point that you wanted to sketch out in the book.
Yeah, no, that's good. The signpost stuff, I didn't think about that. Why does language matter to philosophy? Sign, so very early on, that's good. Ron?
Thanks for that talk. Just one quick note on Paul's point. I think that some of the arguments are like existence proofs, these cases, or arguments that are supposed to illustrate and produce understanding. So, for example, in the first time he gives this action under a description analysis, was like 1986, 1990 or something. But it looks like what he's trying to do is like show how this crazy thing that Foucault says about homosexuality being invented in the 19th century, like could be true. And he's like, oh, well, here's how it could be true. We bring in some Anscombe and we talk about how you can only act under a description. And then some of the other cases look like cases where he's actually just trying to show how, it's just, someone says child abuse was invented in the 1960s, and then he gives this whole sort of thing, and it produces this kind of illumination. That's not designed actually it's actually designed to show you that something was possible and plausible that you didn't really think, because you didn't think about it in a historical way at all. You thought about it as an internal natural fact or something. Last thing, and just in related to that, I've always thought he was more generalist than he claims to be. He likes to claim to be particularist. But it looks to me like the analysis of child abuse and multiple personality disorder, Jung and autism, and later, he talks about race. But there's a theory here, like
Yeah.
that he's generating out of these cases. And it probably does fall prey in a certain way if what he's trying to do is generalize from these cases. But I don't think he's trying to do that. I think he's trying to say, look at this phenomenon that goes on in different ways in these different cases. But there's a kind of a common phenomenon and it's sort of hinged to. Anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Yeah. And against this kind of claim that he doesn't make generalizations or arguments, I mean, I've spent my whole career arguing that it's a false generalization, right? So, all right. We should go to the Şerife. Oh yeah, we're doing a coffee break. Yeah. So we'll start in 10 minutes, 8 minutes. Send it to me. It's gonna be hard with the way we're doing the video. So let me, you already sent it to me? Mind at its joints? No, that's Muhammad Ali. That's Muhammad Ali, yeah. I'll find it.
The first time in my life, I find myself in agreement with you.
Oh, really? Oh, great. Wonderful. Oh, we agree more than she pretends.
Focus on the technological stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'll.
I think I'm almost set here. So let's share that. Share that.
Do you think it's worth?
So I did not raise my point very quickly, but there was an which is that sometimes you sometimes spend more. Foucault says that.
Yes,
that.
yes.
But in part, this is also you don't find this collection of sources in some philosopher. Okay, it's not very common that people put together exactly these names, and so this has to do something. And perhaps this can be historically explained to some extent. For instance, Foucault had read a lot of books. Foucault knew Imitation in the 60s, and so there is the historical overlaps. And there's this particular with fucking likes, and that Foucault was well read and knew analytic and even language, ordinary language philosophy. So there's a particular intersection of philosophy that we are coming out when maybe it's less arbitrary like that. Yeah. I mean, he knew about speech act theory and read all of that in the 60s. So yeah, that picks out of the book and likes because it resonates with other records.
That you may be going on also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose, well, and obviously we only have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What to make was to reconcile I mean, I agree with most of what said about the particular. Reconcile that with you're doing so. It's not a relativist and it's not a constructivist.
Yeah.
Right, because.
Oh, my special book, I love all the He is very, I would say, very idiosyncratic and specific to use.
Yeah. No, I think that's absolutely right, but what we need to do is to say it's piece of realism, in a very idiosyncratic way. Because and also, constantly becomes stuff as a novelist, but then, you think, well, who are the great novelists of the 20th century? Goodman, Quine, these are all people who constantly facing charges of relativism.
Right, right.
And hackers are, oh, no,
No,
not me.
yeah,
And,
That's interesting.
So, in terms of what you should be prepared, I think.
That's a nice point. I mean,
Even I think when he's like expressing like the way in which Foucault influenced him, he's still talking about Goffman, who's a sociologist. I think he's never willing to just say I'm Foucauldian because he wants to make sure that like one foot is in this some kind of science and exactly from the oh really yeah nice like from the he says something like I learned top to bottom analysis from Foucault and bottom to top from huh yeah I know no that was yeah.
Goffman is one where I first found the term text actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's in asylums.
Yeah yeah
And I think, yeah, that Goffman is much better guide to what happened.
of course.
Let's go.
There's a food.
Oh, I'm so hungry.
No, absolutely, absolutely. No, me too. I would love to talk more. Yeah, I wrote a book chapter on hacking where I talked about Goffman quite a bit. Yeah, it is. I can send it to you. It's like old at this. It's 11 years old at this point, but
His essay on Goffman and Foucault.
yes. So yeah.
Then it led me in some very unanticipated directions, but I wound up seeing Kaufman and hacking as very, very close. At the end of the day. And I think it's much more illuminating to see what Ian's doing through Kaufman's work rather than through.
Exactly. So I'll send it to you because that paper is at the center of that chapter I wrote. Yeah, no, that would be great.
Goffman work is very self-contained. People talk about Goffman, not talking about anything else, and it's not very helpful.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
But no, I do appreciate that.
that'd be great.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, of course.
Can I ask you, is your name Turkish?
Yes, it's Turkish. I'm Turkish.
I have a colleague, Turkish, and I was just sort of looking at the name, and
Looks Turkish.
her name's Khalifa Tuna.
Oh yeah, I know her.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
yeah.
her.
I know her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there. There are quite a few philosophers, Turkish philosophers, but like she's one of them.
Do you
It's fine.
know Banu Bardu?
No.
Also at Santa Cruz, but she's in political theory.
Oh, yeah.
It's theory of consciousness, actually. But
Oh, okay.
her works, go on between what she's doing in philosophy. She's also interpreting.
Great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know her, but
We have several, all women.
that's great. Yeah. Well, yeah. Turkey's not the best place to be a woman academic, so yeah. So it's cool.
Okay, I'm
That's
sorry.
great. No, that's great. Yeah, I know Hande. We overlapped in a summer school that I've gone to when I was a PhD student in Sweden, and then she did her PhD in Canada too.
Right.
So yeah.
No,
That's great.
that's neat.
Yeah, say hi for me. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Okay.
you know how long you're running?
I don't know. I did not practice at all. So I have like 20 slides. No, I never. Yeah, I'm like, just like magic. Yeah, it's gonna.
All right, well, it's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Şerife Tekin. Known Şerife for close to 20 years. We were both students of hacking. We kind of met that way. We both worked very deeply in philosophy of psychiatry. When we text each other, we're like, yeah, we started the field in analytic philosophy. But anyway, early adopters. Şerife, exceptional researcher, very prolific researcher, very prolific organizer. She's one of the nicest people I know in the field. So I need to seek out opposites of my own personality. So Şerife's book, Reclaiming the Self.
Reclaiming the Self in Psychiatry, Centering Personal Narratives for a Humanist Science. And we see
There it is.
you know.
On the slide. Just came out in 2025 with Routledge. She's co-editor of various books, including Bloomsbury Companion to Philosophy of Psychiatry, Extraordinary Science and Psychiatry.
Yeah.
At MIT. Published a whole bunch of articles. She's written on hacking's looping effects in connection with the self. She's talked about narratives in psychiatry. Very, I think, courageous philosopher who works on new topics, and I'm always learning from her because our views are so different. We learn from each other for many years. So yeah, I'm happy to turn it over to Şerife.
Thank you, John, for having me. Thanks. We'll start with a little bit of kind of a personal note on hacking and his influence on me, as I really actually appreciated John's comments on his experience and his time with hacking, and mine are quite similar. Totally a super kind and gentle person and extremely curious. And I think I'm a product of his curiosity, because when we met, he was really, I think, kind of surprised, or puzzled by this whole idea of this random graduate student at York University, meeting him. And he was asking me all these questions about economics, which was my undergraduate major in Turkey. And I was new to philosophy. He kind of, as an international student, you're not allowed to work off campus. He was very generous. He hired me as his research assistant. When he was working on autism and autistic autobiographies and so on at that time. So this is around 2004 when I started my PhD at York University. So these are kind of representations of my time in Toronto that are heavily associated with hacking. So that's Robarts Library, University of Toronto's main library. And I lived in a student co-op right next to Robarts. So I would spend a lot of time at Robarts, which was also close to Ian's office. And we would meet every week or every other week. He introduced me to Thai food. We would meet, go for lunch. I never had Thai food before. Again, this was all part of his, I guess, interest in, this random person. And my first work assignment for him was to attend, and I really like this story because it's kind of a summary of the kind of philosopher he was and the kind of mentorship he did in my work that I still kind of, can't imagine really otherwise. He asked me to attend this conference that was at this random hotel by Toronto Airport, where Andrew Wakefield, the vaccine causes autism guy, was a speaker. And this was prior to the discrediting of his work. So this is now 2004, 2005, and it wasn't discredited until 2008. And this was part of his project on autism. So he said to me, he's like, I want you to work as my spy. I was like, what? And it was a very expensive conference to register, right? So he used, I think, his SHIRK grant where he was funding me to register me. And he did all the paperwork, which was amazing. So my job was to show up and make observations. And I'm like, is there anything that you want me to report and so on? He's like, no, I just want you to go absorb everything and tell me everything. So, and it was very interesting. I think that was my entry into just really reading the room, looking at how science is done in those conference spaces, when it comes to when I think about my work in psychiatry now. So it was just so there were these supplement people selling vitamins that cure autism. So you would be greeted by them, an extremely attractive woman selling those vitamins, claiming that their son of 2 years old had autism, but after all of this vitamin supplements, he was cured. And I'm thinking, but like, you can't diagnose autism that early. And this is again, early on, a lot earlier on in the kind of autism research and so on. And then he gave this talk showing a bunch of like kids holding their stomachs, and then like a vaccine picture, like random kind of pictures that are more sensationalist than like scientific. But what was really interesting was a lot of families who have kids with autism, and they're kind of desperate for some kind of solution or help recovery, and they were all there. So that was my first philosophical assignment, and I could not stop doing philosophy in any other way. Mind you, I wasn't also trained as a philosopher, so I think my kind of if my philosophical work is not as philosophical, I blame hacking, because that's kind of I learned to think about doing philosophy as almost like a spy. So and one final thing. So he was on my dissertation committee. He was not my main advisor, but he was my third advisor. And he was extremely helpful. So in my dissertation proposal defense, where he kind of came to York, so I had David Chopling and Kristen Andrews, my other two amazing mentors in the room, and I did my defense. And like in the kind of original project on the original defense, I was very drawn to this kind of idea of looping effects, but I really wanted to think about it in terms of what people say about their experience and how they talk about their experiences. So my proposal featured a couple of patient narratives that I said, and I'm going to look at like 3 memoirs of patients to kind of illustrate some of my arguments. And this is a time where it's not like you find millions of memoirs of mental illness at the airports, right? Like there's really like this explosion of literature of first-person memoirs. And after the defense, like, people kind of commenting and making suggestions as to how I should go, he said, you need to use more patient narratives because that's what's going to make you famous. And later, when I did use a lot of narratives, he did not like that. So, but that's like very, very hacking. So today, it's been actually really nice. I've been so kind of, working on my book for a while, and it's finally out and everything. And I've been kind of in preparation for this conference. I found myself looking at some of Hacking's earlier work on intervention and stability. And one thing that I kind of notice whenever I'm talking to philosophers about Ian Hacking, as John said, like he really kind of moved around so many topics that, like, you could be talking to another person who knows Ian Hacking's work and not really understand what they're talking about, because you could go in so many different directions. And today in my talk, I'm actually going to try to kind of connect different threads of hacking to say something about kind of psychiatry. So particularly, Hacking's work on the instability of humankinds due to looping effects is often cited as a reason for why psychiatry struggles with establishing itself as a properly scientific inquiry, because the argument is something like, because mental disorders are not, cannot be natural kinds due to looping effects, so we can't study scientifically. And in my talk, I'm going to offer a different analysis of the scientific status of psychiatry in the face of instability by drawing on Hacking's early work that takes intervention as a pathway to epistemic stability. And I will argue that by conceptualizing psychiatric intervention as a form of epistemic practice, akin to experimental manipulation emphasized by early Hacking, we can recover a notion of localized stability that makes psychiatry scientifically legitimate. So in this picture, psychiatry will exemplify the pluralistic, intervention-driven, and locally stable science early Hacking ultimately champions with respect to laboratory sciences. And this will kind of tie into my book. So I'll start with an overview of like some kind of more recent debates on stability and scientific status of psychiatry. And then I will go back to early Hacking to look at what he said about stability and intervention in his early work. And then using this kind of earlier framework to reconfigure stability in psychiatry with a very speculative and crazy idea of spraying the self. And I'll talk about a little bit about that. And then, end with some notes on the disunity of psychiatry. I figured this is a conference on hacking. We can kind of be a little bit unorganized and kind of free floating in terms of thinking. So the way in which I got into kind of the literature on natural kinds and mental disorders actually has been through Hacking's work on the looping effects. And so I'll kind of go over. So there's this kind of psychiatry has historically been marked by conceptual fragmentation, shaped by competing explanatory frameworks such as psychodynamic theory, biological psychiatry, and patient-centered models, each reflecting divergent views on the nature of mental disorder and its treatment. And this internal diversity raised questions about psychiatry's scientific status, both in psychiatry circles, but also in philosophy of science circles. So in psychiatry circles, the kind of creation and the evolution of the DSM actually is an example of that, because early versions of the DSM were heavily influenced by a Freudian kind of psychoanalytic framework, which was criticized for not being scientific. And there was a move to define mental disorders through an operational criteria in a way to like stabilize that target mental disorder, right? And in philosophy, and this is kind of in 1990s and 2000s, psychiatry's search for scientific legitimacy has been invoked in debates about whether mental disorders are natural kinds, by which the idea is broadly the categories that support stable explanations, predictions, and interventions. So I will kind of go quickly over this kind of debate because I think it's familiar to a lot of you. So the idea, and I divide Hacking's work in kind of three parts. There's the like early hacking, point one, who wrote representation and intervention. The second one in late 80s, 1990s, where he's talking about looping effect, natural kinds, natural sciences versus human sciences, and so on and so forth. And there's a later, hacking who just dismisses like burn objectivity, burn natural kinds, moving away from all of those elevator concepts, another word that I learned from hacking. So this is kind of middle hacking, right? So famously, right, like he says that there's an interactive relationship between scientific classifications and classified individuals, because individuals respond to being categorized in a certain way. And, because he's a dominant, dynamic nominalist and particularist, he's not going to give you a theory of looping effects, but he draws onto a variety of examples to explain and, exemplify what he means by looping effects. And these examples range from child abuse to schizophrenia to multiple personality disorder. But the idea is something like this, after the classifications, the classified individual responds to being classified by either being aware or changing their behavior or changing their self-concepts. And again, this is not a very tidy account, because in some of the examples, he talks about behavioral changes, and in some other examples, he talks about awareness. So you can't really kind of track the necessary and sufficient conditions to be subject to looping effects, but that's just broadly the idea. And this kind of raised concerns. And so on the basis of this, he says, mental disorders cannot be natural kinds because they are subject to looping effects. So the idea is, and this invokes the kind of concept of stability, right? So psychiatric kind is sensitive to how those, psychiatric kind X is sensitive to those with X respond to being X. This is problematic because if X lacks stable properties, explanations, predictions, and interventions cannot be made. Looping effects make psychiatric kinds inherently unstable, and by some interpretations, unscientific. So, and this led to I think a very productive conversation between different philosophers of science on whether actually looping effects is unique to humankind, or whether other, natural kinds can also be subject to looping effects, right? Like, Muhammad Ali's has written a lot on that angle. And then yet there are some, those philosophers of science who really kind of put a lot into mental disorders needing to be a natural kind for us to do science of mental disorders. And these philosophers that I'm going to kind of, take as my target here are Rachel Cooper and Dominic Murphy. So I'm going to kind of read this quote from Cooper. She says, "If mental disorders are natural kinds, we may then hope for explanations and predictions in psychiatry. If bipolar disorder turns out to be a natural kind, then we can explain why it is that a particular case unfolds as it does. We can say that someone suffers from alternating manic and depressive phases because they have bipolar disorder. We will also be able to make various predictions. For example, if someone suffers from natural bipolar disorders, then lithium treatment might help. Where mental disorders are natural kinds, this will give us some control over them. In particular, treatments that work for one kind can be expected to work for all of the kinds. So it's almost here that that mental disorders are natural kinds, the prerequisite for doing any kind of predictable explanation or effective interventions on these kinds. So similarly, Dominic Murphy writes in his book, if categories of psychiatry are not natural kinds, then it's hard to see how psychiatry could be a science. Science depends on kinds that support reliable inductive generalizations, and without these, psychiatry would lack a foundation for explanation and prediction. So I think the common kind of thread in these views is that whether psychiatry is scientific hinges on the status of mental disorders as natural kinds. If they are, we will arrive at properties that will help us explain mental disorders and predict their course and develop interventions. And if not, psychiatry would not be kind of scientific. So I think that this is a kind of a narrow understanding of the relationship between stability and science. So here again, the problem is like, well, if they lack stability because of looping effects, then we can't do science at all. I think there are kind of two ways in which the idea that only if mental disorders are natural kinds, we can do science, contains the assumption that stability is a property of the target of inquiry that we find in nature. So like, you know, if mental disorders are natural kinds, then they are stable, then we can study them, right? And the second assumption here is stability of mental disorders is necessary for scientific activity. So I'm going to propose an alternative reading on the relationship between science and stability that is rooted in early hacking, where stability arises not from the intrinsic features of the kind or the target of inquiry, but from our interventions. And interestingly, this kind of connection, even though hacking is emphasizing the instability of psychiatric kinds through looping effects, he himself doesn't really explicitly connect it to his earlier kind of conceptualization of stability, nor his critics. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So, and this is what I did in the last few weeks. I reread some of his earlier work that I had not read in a long time, and it was such a trip. I'm really kind of even more fascinated by his work and how educational it is to trying to really understand his papers, because then you learn all of these other things that you did not really sign up to learn, and it's amazing. So early hacking in representing and intervening emphasizes, this is an intervention that I think he makes in philosophy of science, especially following Kuhn, for philosophers of science to look at scientific practice, and makes a distinction between observing phenomena and manipulating phenomena. So he urges philosophers of science to relinquish their exclusive focus on representations or explanations and turn their attention to interventions or experiments, those processes by which phenomena are produced or created in scientific laboratories. So this is his time at Stanford. He's hanging out with physicists, and he's making a lot of observations as to how laboratory sciences do their sciences. So, and he says what gives scientific entities their reality is not just that they're observed or theorized, but the way we can intervene upon them in experimental context. So, and that's where, his famous dictum, if you can spray them, they're real, comes out, and it underscores the epistemic authority of intervention. And I think it's really important to understand the spraying them phenomenon, because it sounds like a metaphor, but actually he means literal spraying, as in, it means basically the practical use of something in an experimental intervention, especially where the action has predictable, observable effects, right? So he's at Stanford, seeing scientists spraying electrons into a ball of niobium and generating the electric charges. So that makes electrons kind of real enough, right? Entities or constructs we can intervene with are real. And it's this intervention process that ultimately stabilizes the target phenomenon to sufficiently support scientific and inductive explanations. So stability is not something that's given to us, but something that we can achieve through our interventions. And I actually found this book here, The End of Science, Attack and Defense, a couple of years ago when I was in Toronto, randomly at a bookstore that is not too far from where hacking used to live. And I discovered this book, and I was just kind of chatting with the owner of the bookstore, and he said that they got a lot of Hacking's books after he died in that bookstore. So that's a nice memory. So in this particular paper, it's about the disunities of science. And so his kind of emphasis on stability as like an achieved phenomenon is very well aligned with his commitment to disunities of science. So he opposes in this paper, like it's a very lengthy paper about like a criticism of the logical positivistic position on science, where he presents logical positivists to be saying that there's an ideal unified structure of science, which means there's a single world and it contains diverse kind of phenomena that are interconnected. And according to logical positivists, the epistemic of science is to understand the single world. So this is a direct quote from the article. He says, there's one right fundamental system of classifying everything, which he calls taxonomic thesis, that will be expressed in a single scientific language, physics, and this is a linguistic thesis that identifies the stable regularities and tracks so-called natural kinds. So according to logical positivists, again, this unity is pursued through intertheoretic reduction, where diverse phenomena are explained by connecting and driving from kind of more fundamental theories. And in the process, again, logical positivist says, or at least that's what Hacking says, logical positivist says, unity of science is achieved as many facts are brought under the wing of one intellectual structure. So he's very critical of this picture of science. That is kind of unified, that is tied by these like underlying natural kinds that science is in the goal of kind of digging out and finding out. So he says diversity, this does not basically reflect the character of the way in which scientific practice actually happens. In kind of sciences that we observe, there is diversity in language and methods in contemporary science. He points to how over-specialized science has become to the extent that, in a quite straightforward sense, he writes, there is no common language of science, and as a matter of practicality, there could not be. Yet, he doesn't regard this irreducible pluralism of languages of science as an obstacle to continued growth of science. Much of contemporary science becomes stable within a restrictive domain rather than moving towards a theoretical unity, right? So this instability or disunity of science is a given, but then some areas of science, some disciplines, some kind of scientific practices become stable through interventions. So laboratory science, again, direct quote, is stable not because there's a domain of experiment given by nature itself to which certain theories are true, but because there's mutual types of maturing of types of apparatus, phenomena, and theory. And different scientific fields might have different methods and practices, and they generate different kinds of stable phenomena using different norms, practices, and tools of intervention. So for Hacking, then, stability is empirical consistency that is achieved through intervention, and it's a localized, practice-based measure of reality that is aligned with his broader emphasis on the unity and tool-driven evolution of science. So when we kind of put this picture of stability into the worry that lack of stability in psychiatric kinds rules psychiatry out of the science family, I think, that's just wrong. So I think Murphy and Cooper's argument embodies a logical positivistic assumption in philosophy of psychiatry, where epistemic function of science is framed as finding natural kinds, right? And recall again Hacking on logical positivists, right, where he says there's this assumption that there's one right fundamental system of classifying everything that will be expressed in a single scientific language that identifies the stable regularities and tracks so-called natural kinds. So I think if we kind of follow this picture of, you know, science and relationship between science and stability, then, you know, people like Cooper and, you know, Murphy are right. Yeah, like, you know, there's, you know, no stability in mental disorders, so we can't study it scientifically. So in that, they kind of have this assumption that the target of inquiry in psychiatry, which is mental disorders, must be given by nature in a kind of a preordered manner for psychiatry to be scientific. But if we kind of think about early hacking's understanding of the relationship between science and stability, and it's rooted in intervention. So in that sense, you know, different scientific fields might generate localized stability using different tools of intervention rather than moving towards theoretical unity. So here is kind of, you know, the closed version of like the two assumptions that, you know, came out of Murphy and Cooper's account, right? So they seem to think something like stability is a property of target of inquiry, whereas kind of from a hacking, you know, early hacking, an understanding of stability, we can say, well, stability is not found by it, but achieved through interventions. So it's kind of irrelevant if mental disorders are stable or unstable in the nature of themselves, as long as we can develop tools of intervention that somehow stabilize kind of that phenomena, and that will help us draw generalizations about them. Another assumption, again, right, stability of mental disorders is necessary for scientific activity, but that's not at all, you know, that doesn't at all come out when we look at early hacking's notion of instability. He says instability and disunity are givens in science, and instabilities of mental disorders due to looping effects may not impede psychiatry's scientific status as long as psychiatry can achieve stability through interventions. Sorry that there's a lot to kind of follow there, but hopefully it will be kind of clear. So I have written on hacking's looping effects back, I guess, like, you know, more than a decade ago at some point, because part of my worry about the discussion of the stability of instability of mental disorders, where looping effects is used as an example, was I think like the notion of looping effects kind of lacked an understanding or conceptualization of the concept of the self in it that kind of invited a lot of kind of criticism. So when we say mental disorders are not stable because people with mental disorders respond to the ways in which they are classified, it's unclear whether actually it's the mental disorder that's unstable or the subject that's unstable, right? Like what exactly is subject to looping effects? So, and I think, you know, one way in which we can really consider helping psychiatry to be kind of properly scientific, whatever that might mean, is kind of looking at the ways in which we might intervene on mental disorders that will generate change to kind of stabilize our phenomena. And one of these, I think, is maybe thinking about the concept of the self, which is very central to looping effects, yet hacking included, not many people have written on the kind of self-related features that factor in to the kind of looping effects, except for Ron. Ron talks a little bit about the kind of cognitive architecture or the kind of phenomena that applies to these kinds that we study that make them kind of more prone to looping effects. So here's kind of my intervention. Again, I'm not tied to the idea that it has to be the concept or it has to be the construct of the self that we need to be using as a tool for intervention to stabilize mental disorders, but that's I wrote a book on it, so I'm going to kind of promote that idea here. So phenomena that is framed as destabilizing the psychiatric kind, like changes due to awareness or self-concepts or behavior, can actually be understood as forms of regularities or properties pertaining to human selves. And in that sense, by construing psychiatric intervention through the self as a form of epistemic practice, again, akin to experimental manipulation, can we achieve a localized stability that makes psychiatry scientifically legitimate? So if spraying electrons in the lab generate predictable changes in electric charges, then spraying the self, I would argue, might do the same for mental disorders. And here, spraying the self kind of like, I think this is a good question. Kareem asked me when I was telling him about this paper, Kareem Khalifa, he's like, what is being sprayed and what is it being sprayed on? I'm like, that's a very good question. So I'm like, we're literally spraying the self on mental disorders, right? So that's kind of like that's what I'm going for here. So, right. So, and here I think it's important, again, like for this, you have to read my book, even though I don't talk about any of this in my book. But when I think about the self, I'm not thinking about a metaphysical substance, but like literally a functional construct in kind of mental health care and mental health care science. So if laboratory sciences achieve stability through repeated interventions, psychiatry too can stabilize phenomena through interventions that are focused on self, producing knowledge that is scientifically valuable. So what exactly do you mean kind of, spraying the self? There are so many different views of the self out there that actually talk of this construct of the self in relation to mental disorders, right? So we go from like William James to, Jennifer Radin to Sean Gallagher to like, Hildeman. So there are all these like philosophers. Some of them are more bioeticists, some of them are more philosophers of mind and cognitive science. They kind of think about the ways in which we can engage with the self that will kind of address certain dimensions of mental disorders. And in my kind of book, I develop a model of the self that is actually, maybe in Hacking's terms or in the kind of, in the frame of this talk, can be characterized as a kind of an interface that collects various regularities about the concept of the self. So these regularities, right? Like again, like Hacking would be totally appalled by this idea of me trying to give a general account of the self, because he somewhere says, talking about human nature is heroic. I'm not a heroic philosopher. Like Aristotle was heroic. I'm not heroic, right? But I think, there's something to be learned here from a kind of a philosophy, the science of psychiatry perspective, to think about the self as a collection of regularities that could be understood through looking at physical properties, social properties, experiential properties, conceptual properties, and narrative properties, right? Like if you kind of collect all of this regularities about the self, you can actually kind of understand the ways in which mental disorders actually might be causally generated or causal byproducts of self-experience, and use these basically facets or these regularities as ways to intervene on mental disorders and kind of change. So there's a link to my book here that is 20% off 20% if you follow this link. But so here the idea is, again, right, like literally I'm thinking of a construct like the self having some kind of causal power on, like, or using it as some kind of a framework to intervene on mental disorders. And this is not so for instance, like social relationships are good indicators of like mental health or non-health, right? There's actually research that shows that if you're eating with other people, like how often you share a meal with others actually predicts whether or how your mental health is. So I literally mean like changing people's social environments to help them with their mental disorders, right? Just like giving them drugs, right, in the kind of physical context, changing their certain experiences of mental disorders. So my colleagues at UTSA, actually in Texas, they were really intrigued by this model of the self, which is a philosopher's dream, because we don't do experiments. I mean, I don't do science. I'm not a scientist, but they were really intrigued with this idea because they are researchers at the VA, and VA actually makes a lot of investments on treating PTSD that is not biological. It's a lot more comprehensive and holistic, because there's like the agenda of like getting the people back to the war zone. Right, so they actually use this. Our colleague Philly is a big statistician, and he can like really crunch numbers. And Alicia and MJ have access to big kind of inventory that codifies the varieties of physical, social experiences and self-reports of veterans who are kind of coming back from and have experiences of different kinds of mental health challenges. So they have this kind of database that's called Trajectories of Resilience and Comorbidity Clusters in Operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom Veterans, right? So basically, we took all this data about what we already know about these individuals, and interestingly, this data really mapped very well onto my multi-unit self model. In that, so for instance, for the physical, there was a lot of answers on their existing health conditions, and some of them were kind of mental health issues, and some of them were like things like hypertension or high blood pressure, and we used diagnostic measures to code. So for the social, we used quality, we were looking at qualities of relationships and community, and this was like primary. There were questions about community integration after separation from military service, like do they come back to a family, or did they come back and start living by themselves? For the narrative, we looked at like their self-narratives, their own perceptions of their health trajectory over time. Are they getting better or worse? Experiential, this is kind of like their, again, sense of their own experiences, and this is things like severity of common somatic symptoms and clinical care. And finally, their self-perceptions, the conceptual facet, where there's actually this great kind of self-efficacy for life tasks scale, which I think is phenomenal in psychiatry. Actually, should really adopt all of these tools from the VA and clinical psychologists. And this basically shows the perceived confidence and ability to complete life tasks. And based on this kind of study, basically, the big kind of predictor of substance use disorders was social relationships. So each of these, I mean, again, this is like a baby study. I'm not really making kind of big claims about how this model is like super useful, but it indicated some kind of causal or at least correlational relationships between social relationships and risk of substance use disorders, right? If they found themselves in a more supportive community and environment, they tended to drink less, right? So this is the idea, right? And kind of by thinking about intervention, right, as a way to get us to stability in psychiatry, we can actually really kind of open a lot more different ways of thinking about psychiatry as a form of scientific practice. As I said, this does not have to involve spraying the self, but I think it should. But we can look at other different intervention strategies in psychiatry that will stabilize the target phenomena. So in that sense, stability in Hacking's model is not, or from that framework, is not a precondition for doing science, but a result of local practices that mature over time. So laboratory science achieves stability through repeated interventions, not metaphysical unity, and psychiatry too can stabilize phenomena through interventions focused on the self, producing knowledge about effective interventions on mental disorders that is scientifically valuable. So I was also rereading Ron's book, especially the chapter on stability. And he says, what we need is human categories that can achieve sufficient stability to figure out as the metaphysical subject of successful epistemic projects. And I think the self can be construed as the subject matter of successful epistemic projects, playing a role in generalizations about mental disorders. And I'm just going to end with what Ron says, stable enough is stable enough.
We're kind of fun. I invited her out here to do work. I was really happy I changed.
Yeah, he changed the social.
What was the term he had before?
Relation. It was intersubjective. It wasn't awful. It was,
yeah. I had it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like that category. And that we gender various ways of that kind of yeah.
That's a great question. Yeah, I literally just started thinking about this like a few weeks ago. I haven't thought, but I really like this idea because then you're not changing like kind of the self or individual per se, but kind of changing the environment, which again is very kind of aligned with, you know, my conception of the multi-unit self model, which is an intrinsically socially embedded and culturally kind of responsive conception of the self. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Yes. Race to be or gender to be, yeah. I read that article in Muhammad Ali's class. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Super interesting. So, what would you say to someone who is skeptical of the unity of the self as expressed in those what?
Yeah.
What if someone said, it doesn't look to me like you're spraying the self, it seems to me like you're spraying a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
And they're calling them all the self
Yeah.
or something. So I don't know, anyway, I just wanted you to sort of
Yeah.
on what you think about in terms of the unity of that.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think I was thinking about that question actually, and I think I will have to do some metaphysics, which I've tried avoiding really hard in the book. So in the book, I talk about like models of the self rather than the self. So Muse, like multi-unit self model that has like those 5 facets. I call them facets because they're like, you know, you can kind of turn the self and see different things. And so I talk about it as like a model, as a construct that is like that might play a specific role in kind of psychiatric interventions. And I think this is where I'm still kind of leaning towards that. I would not, you know, I would say, well, I'm not committed to the idea that the self is a unity. And, you know, like this is like one way in which that we can model the patient. Like, so because when I think about Muse, I think of it more of as like a modeling the patient who is in the clinic and seeking support for their mental stress. And that's like those 5 facial, you know, 5 facets of them is like one, you know, different ways of kind of acquiring information about them particularly. But I'll have to think more about like, and I think, you know, part of me, again, like very instrumentalist and pragmatic, I might want to just stick with the idea of a model and a construct of the, you know, construction of the self or some kind of a self-construct that we will get to these, but maybe there's more of a, yeah.
It might not matter. I mean, it doesn't seem like it matters to your point. If there's, suppose it takes 8 things to stabilize that entity enough such that you can successfully intervene in a projectable way. It may not matter if the unit by itself.
That's right. That's right.
8,
see, that's the response.
8-factor intervention that stabilizes it and gives you the kind of stability that you need.
Yeah. No, that's a great idea.
Thank you. I just have a few background questions, just because I'm not super familiar on the stability literature. And just how much, especially when talking about, right, this instability with psychiatry, how much objectivity is that implicit within the concept of stability, or is objectivity an object of stability? You know, like, is it something that stability can over disease, or is it just implicit within stability itself that in your table then you're objective?
So you mean like objectivity in the kind of like scientific objectivity sense? Yeah. So in a lot of ways, I think what like people when you know, Murphy and Cooper are making these arguments about having to be a natural kind, so but for psychiatry to be like scientific, inherits some of those logical positivistic assumptions about what science is, and that also in kind of is associated with the view of objectivity as objectivity from nowhere, right? Like if there are actual really like, you know, joints of the nature that we can kind of research and understand, and we might arrive at this kind of, you know, objectivity about science, whereas I'm kind of, you know, hacking, or like I'm more in favor of like pluralisms or kind of localized stability or localized knowledge or localized objectivity that can kind of figure out you know, in different ways. And I think like maybe there was, I mean, I guess I never really thought of it in those terms, but maybe there's the assumption that if the phenomena is stable enough, then we will arrive at this like objective knowledge. If instable, then we can't. But yeah, I'm pushing back against that. Great, thanks.
I mean, very much agreement. Saying what you're saying is that they're meant to amplify and reinforce, right? There's a general view that's been afoot in social theory since Durkheim, right? That the stability of the self is a function of the stability of the environment rather than the opposite, right? That the common sense prejudice I tend to think is that environments are stable because people are. The view from Durkheim is just the opposite, and I think this finds a lot of empirical support in work, say, by Milgram, Zimbardo, and all that social psychology, right? You alter the environment in certain ways, and you can pretty dramatically change behavior. More specific, so that's just sort of a general way of, I think, a framing from what you're saying. But in talking about the self specifically, I was curious. I'll put it as a question, but it's also a deeply held philosophical prejudice on my part, that rather than thinking of the self as something strayed, right, think about the way in which a case history, a narrative history is used, and as that not completely constructing the self, but as stabilizing the self that's to be treated and acted upon, and to the right. And I think this is true also of a lot of psychotherapy, that as it were, a person reimplots their own life in terms of certain offered categories. And the reason this just isn't empty is that, right, it makes new types of actions possible. So buying into the history, right, buying into the case history, and what follows from that actually leads to alternative parts of action. And then that frees you of the burden of, right, talking about the self in any general way. Rather, you talk about that part of the self that has been captured, and I guess connects with Bojana's talk as well, for purposes of treatment, and why the treatment holds perhaps some possibility of being efficacious, given the vocabulary and the way, you know, the alternatives that open up. Right? Anyway.
No, that's great. I mean, actually, you're kind of singing my language, because one of the ways, so like I take patients' narratives almost as a starting point in any kind of philosophical work on the self and mental disorders. And I absolutely agree with you that, like, you know, and even thinking about like Muse as a model of the patient, that's kind of one of the reasons for that is, so Muse is a model of the self that is developed by what I call trilateral strategy, by which I mean it engages with like scientific and, you know, cognitive scientific work on the self, philosophical accounts of the self, and also first person narratives of the self. So it's the kind of that construct is already informed by first person accounts, but one of the kind of tasks, or one of the ways in which it kind of comes alive in clinical practice is, you know, I literally kind of have this like kind of setup where the clinician really, like, one task that they're trained with or they're learning is to really engage with patient's narrative, and Muse actually offers a good kind of lens to really engage with the patient's narrative. So we're no longer kind of asking them what brought them here, as in, like, you know, what your symptoms are, like, which is what most contemporary psychiatry tends to do, just kind of a symptom focus, but rather looking at, you know, their like narrative and how they see themselves. If they're saying something like, I have insomnia, but like, you know, has anything happened recently? You know, what is your social life like? So kind of asking all of those things that will bring out what's central or what seems to be of most concern to the individual in the clinic, but in a kind of a lot more maybe scientifically informed way. So yeah, I guess I agree with you that we don't even have to kind of draw these like big generalizations about like this self or the model of the self, but like, you know, stable enough generalizations about this particular self in the clinic. Is that what? Yeah.
And the final twist here again, green over my own, is the important thing here about case history, right? It's always retrospective. It's like, what led you to this spot, right? That's the aspect of the self we're interested in. And this isn't the spot where you want to be. What's the path? Path out. And you don't have to talk about the self in any more general terms, so to speak, than that. You can continue, and I would applaud you to continue to avoid metaphysics, right?
No, that's, I'm trying, but it's, I make people angry.
Model here, because if I remember correctly, going back to the frying electron analogy, Hawking's idea is that the best evidence we have, if you want to argue in favor of the existence of unobservable entities, say electrons or neutrons, is when we use them to causally intervene on some causal nexus that we take to be there out there. So what exactly how you pointed out, when I spray electrons or neutrons, what I show the existence of, or what I provide good arguments, probably the best arguments or evidence I can provide for the existence of something is not the target of my spraying, but the means that I use. And for means and target language, you need causality language. So is causality?
Absolutely. No, I did not really have a lot of time to develop, but I think like the way in which this paper is going is in that direction. I want to really kind of amplify that like causal power of the construct of the self in kind of maybe like getting to mental disorders. And I was actually thinking a lot about Woodward's kind of interventionist account of causality as a framework to kind of talk, because one thing that I wasn't clear, or I have a lot of questions about that I want to look more carefully at least, is precisely what exactly hacking might mean, means by intervention, because he says like experiment. Okay, so in that sense, would an intervention that I'm talking about in this way in the self, would that be the same thing? But I think that Woodward is a lot more liberal in terms of what can count as intervention, because any kind of causal relationship might be that. So that I was thinking of developing that more.
I think it relates also to Paul's point about effectiveness. And the causal knowledge also that you can get about mechanisms in the social sciences or non-natural sciences in general. And hacking in the looping effects essay from 95, 96, I think he reflects on, is there causal knowledge to be gained? And I think you might need this in order to fully articulate the analogy between spraying electrons and spraying the cell.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, I was exactly wondering that, right? So hacking argument for electrons being real is that, well, we understand the causal power so well, right, that we can go around it, electron, that's the state it works. And so what, I wonder, I'm asking you to speculate, but speculate after writing the book, what are these causal powers of the self? So, I mean, I'd be a lot more convinced if you kind of had some kind of salient example. So if you're talking about something like Rosarian therapy, you might say, positive regard leads to greater self-efficacy. If you want to talk about Seligman or someone like that, you could say talk about learned helplessness. We do know some kind of regularities around the self. Maybe I just invite you to say more about some of the relevant causal powers that you think would be needed before we can spray this out.
Yeah, so in the book, actually, I give a varieties of different kinds of examples of certain kind of changes or certain kind of interventions that you can make like on the self, like through this kind of like lens that will lead to like positive therapeutic outcomes. And one example is, I think this like study on veterans, which looks at like relationships, right? The quality of relationships. And of course, like we can't do a controlled experiment, right? We can't, I mean, it was done, it was a bad idea. Maybe we'll do it again. I don't know if science is moving in that direction, but there seems to be a very kind of solid correlation between, relationships, quality of relationships, and kind of mental health related issues, right? Or yeah, exactly. Or like, even in the kind of physical, right? And, you can kind of construe physical as, from a maybe more reductionistic biological or neuroscientific point. And I think a lot of psychiatric drugs, to the extent that they're effective because they're kind of, making that change, and that's kind of resulting in a kind of more energy or whatever. But also, so things like, exercise or like smell. So a lot of again, PTSD research actually is amazing because most of PTSD's research is done by the VA as opposed to like a typical kind of psychiatric frameworks, which are extremely reductionistic. So we don't really have a lot of information. Like there's not a lot of work, for instance, that looks at the correlation between homelessness and drug use, right? Which, again, I think another thing that you can be like spraying, like give everybody homes and see how their quality of life increases, is smell. So a lot of people who have been exposed to like war zones with like very strong like kind of explosion smells and so on, they give very traumatic responses even when they're buying gas. Like they can't smell gas because it just kind of generates a lot of flashbacks and stuff. And some clinicians like use different kinds of smell therapy. And again, smell science is also a very legitimate kind of form of scientific inquiry. So it's not just kind of mumbo jumbo, like giving you an essential oil kind of research, but like literally kind of trying to block that process of like negative like loop flashback and so on by literally distracting you with a different kind of smell, or like learning to, so there's a lot of like smell desynthesizing exercises where they mix mint smell with like gasoline and reduce the amount of the mint, so that's kind of almost like an exposure therapy and so on. So I kind of, I'm, in a way, I'm inviting like more research on these kind of different facets of like what we could consider as a model of the self, as a way to get mental disorders. But we, that conceptual shift has to happen. That could be a viable way of intervening on mental disorders. Yeah.
I have a feeling that maybe you were a little hard on Murphy and Cooper, that maybe their conception of natural kinds was a somewhat more liberal one than you attributed to them. For example, people sometimes think of Boyd's theory is a theory of natural kind, his cluster theory, even though it can be constituted by social things, and I don't think it would have it as positivist or anything like that. So anyway, I just wondered.
Yeah.
Whether you thought that.
I don't think that the definition of natural kinds that they're adopting is positivistic, right? I don't think they're essentialists, and they say as much. And especially Cooper, she's like hacking in a way that she talks about natural kinds through examples rather than like a definition of necessary sufficient conditions of natural kinds, and definitely non-essentialist. Neither is Murphy. What I have a problem with is the assumption that stability is something that has to be at the kind of target phenomenal level that is found in nature somehow, right? And that, we need stability for science. I think they might really be open to this idea of an interventionist account of like stability. I don't think that was central. Yeah, I don't think it was central to their arguments, but like in paragraphs like that, you see a heavy association of, scientificity with natural kinds. And I think that's one of the reasons that a lot of literature happened around, like people were really concerned about looping effects for a very long time, right? Like, so I'm kind of trying to kind of, I guess like rethink those worries about stability in light of like early hacking from a kind of more interventionist perspective. But I think like, I think Murphy definitely thinks that like when he says like psychiatry is not like or cannot be scientific if there's no natural kinds, I think there he means like scientific like chemistry or biology, right? I think they would be open to psychiatry being more like social sciences than biological sciences. But I also need to pick a target, so.
Yeah. 3 by hand. It's a coffee break. We'll be back for a really.
Great job. Oh, sorry. That was kind of. I wanted to do an thing about those. Do I, yeah. Kind of. Or it's so it's.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is like. Yeah. Hey, it's not.
That was great.
Thank you. Yeah, no, do you?
Like, I'm not saying this.
Do you remember when I said to you, like, I know that I will remember?
This thing's like.
was interesting, like I had no idea what's going on, but the more percent I was starting to call it.
Yeah, I just the books materials. People are talking.
Oh, yeah.
There's some other, and.
Oh, but yeah, this is really nice because it goes through the history and then how, the DSM was created and then how it's also beyond its like very scope to make assumptions, but then and then also the kind of process, how basically the field of psychiatry moved away from writing psychoanalysis because of the threats to objectivity, or just this perceived threat of like, well, we can't have narratives. There needs to be something that but then they failed on their 2 kinds of missions by excluding patient narratives, both by objectivity and factors.
Yeah, I remember the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't look at.
I know. It's not the worst. How can you put this? I've been getting so many of those.
Five pieces.
I'm gonna run out to graduation.
We're good. Yeah, I think we're good for the day. Nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. It was great talking. The one I got to see.
That's my experience. It's all about that.
I teach, I think I love how they do their schedule there. It's either your classes, your Monday, Wednesday, we talk to credit classes. And that's, it's like an hour and 15 minutes. I was all the time. And they also have a block. No, right? University Large Bridge.
It's not self, but we thought that we could hold something like have a dinner and people who are interested meet at 6 in the lobby of the hotel.
Yeah.
Sound all right? Okay.
That sounds great. Is it like one of those places across the street?
We could do that. There's a like pub there that's got pretty decent food. Yeah, there's a pizza place. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah,
It's okay. I'm just saying, I mean, as long as. Every time I've been to this conference, it's like, oh. It's fine.
I know which one you're talking about. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That one does get a bit busy, but it's like Tuesday, so.
Do that. What's the word layout you've ever seen? I know, I'm trying to, like.
So like your
Figure out each. So bad.
demarcation criteria. I think I agree with that, like on 7, right? It's like, so.
So which demarcation?
Between, pathology and health. Versus these and health,
Oh, yeah.
right? I mean, I think there's, independent, if you think there's kind of social implications with that. Yeah. I think it's not really as this, you need some kind of general.
Well, I think that's the argument, as they would
I
say.
haven't yet, I still have.
That is the
So
argument
that's
that should
the last
work for
piece.
those who are facing abolition.
I'm still,
Okay.
3 more videos.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I would be resting with only that argument.
Yeah, no, so I was curious, like what.
Right.
I think.
I was like, reporting.
So I don't know, so we had a very famous.
Been weird
Analysis.
places and, right.
The questions are.
That I do. It's right.
Then the patient size clearly of not understanding.
For that.
Like, so like, part of it is like, when I've kind of engaged with some kind of.
So research.
Like,
is about what- There's like, how they get, like UCS. But anyway, you mentioned that, I guess, about.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I think what most.
Yeah.
I don't know where that is.
But yeah,
I mean, I could. Oh.
So you can have to increase the air rate, or this, if you just click down. All right. Final keynote speaker, Muhammad Ali Khalidi. He's a distinguished professor at the Graduate Center at City University, New York. He's the author of various books, including Natural Categories in Humankind in 2015, Cognitive Ontology 2023, and the Cambridge Element, Natural Kinds in 2023, all with Cambridge. Muhammad Ali, he's been kind of like a role model for what I do philosophy of science, looking at cognitive sciences, social sciences. And so, coming up as an academic, I always kind of looked up to Muhammad Ali. He's become something of a mentor to me. My favorite paper by Muhammad Ali is his 2010 British Journal of Philosophy of Science paper, Interactive Kinds. I think it's a pretty, there's multiple people, Jim Bogan, Sally Haslanger, I think Rachel Cooper. I think Muhammad Ali's got the best kind of argument about a natural kind being an analog of a kind of interactive kind. And he talks about domestication of golden retrievers. So I think I really like the example. I recently had trying to build off Muhammad Ali's takedown of hacking. Developed the example. I'd say I elaborated the example of marijuana that Hogan and Cooper and others have given. And I was thinking of Muhammad Ali's argument as a kind of model. So today, Muhammad Ali's going to talk about hacking the mind at its joints. When he sent it to me, he was almost apologetic. He's like, is that too cheesy? No, I like it. So revising the imitation internalization model.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Jonathan, and thank you so much for inviting me, and thanks for organizing this conference. I know it takes a lot of doing to put together something like this, and thanks to all the organizing committee. Maybe I apologize for my title. It is a cheap pun, but I did a quick search of Phil papers, and no one had used the pun before, and I thought, that's weird. I might as well claim it. But I also apologize to the spirit of Ian Hacking for butchering his name in this way. But maybe I should say a couple of words. I really was touched by the little tribute that Jonathan gave this morning to Ian Hacking. I don't think I knew Ian quite as well as John or as Şerife, but when I published a paper about cross-cutting categories where I criticized him back in the 90s, I was teaching in Beirut, and he just wrote me an email out of the blue from Collège de France saying, and I criticized him because he wrote this kind of defense of Kuhn in that World Changes volume, where he was saying, one way of understanding Kuhn's incommensurability claim is by putting it in the context of this hierarchy thesis about natural kinds not cross-cutting each other. And, I wrote this paper arguing that natural kinds can indeed cross-cut each other. And he wrote me this email saying, I'm even more skeptical of this idea than you are of the hierarchy thesis, which kind of puzzled me because I thought he was defending it in print. But I think it's very characteristic of Ian. I mean, he was a really sort of anti-systematic philosopher. He would just sort of put out these ideas and then because he thought they were interesting, but then move away from them and not really stick to any particular kind of worldview or system. But then when I moved to Toronto and he found out that I was in Toronto, he very kindly wrote to me, and he invited me over with my family for an early dinner in their garden. His wife, Judith Baker, some of you may not know, was also a philosopher, and she was my colleague because she taught at Glendon College, which is part of York University. And I had a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old at the time. And I was kind of I had a lot of trepidation. I'm going to meet Ian Hacking for the first time. And I've got these two rambunctious kids. And then my daughter fell ill at the last minute. And my wife said, okay, I'll stay home with Layla. And I took my son to occupy him. Since we were going to be in the garden, I thought, I gave him, he had this little insect kit. He was, fascinated by insects at the time. He was a kind of budding entomologist. And so I thought, well, this way he'll kind of be distracted. And so I can talk to Ian while he goes explores the garden with his little insect kit. But actually, Ian was much more interested in talking to this 5-year-old about insects and about classification. So I barely talked to Ian at all, and he was talking up a storm with my little 5-year-old about classification of insects and what specimens has he found in the garden and that kind of thing. So that's my little Ian hacking story. Okay, so what I'm going to try and talk about today is talk about this distinction that hacking makes between the natural and the social, at least implicitly when he's talking about indifferent and interactive kinds. And then I'm going to try and move on and talk about, the nature of the social, or how to demarcate the social from the natural in the first place. And then I want to use that to talk about social causation or sociogeny, what Frantz Fanon called sociogeny, especially with reference to the psychiatric domain. And I'm going to use that to revisit a very late idea that hacking had in 2010 in a paper that he published in 2010, where he put forward what he called the imitation and internalization model, which I'm sure he only believed for about 5 minutes and then moved on to the next thing. But that's not going to deter me from criticizing it and trying to say that maybe it doesn't get things quite right. And then I'm going to move on and talk about sociogeny or social causation when it comes to psychiatric conditions, and try and conclude something about the way in which psychiatric conditions are modified or influenced by social factors. So as we all know, hacking drew this distinction between natural and human kinds on the grounds that the latter are interactive, whereas the former are indifferent. And this distinction has come under intense scrutiny and I think has been largely rejected by other philosophers. And as John just mentioned, a number of philosophers have argued, I think very persuasively, that biological species can be interactive, so natural kinds can be every bit as interactive as social or human kinds. In a way, you could say that by making this kind of distinction or by drawing this kind of dichotomy between the natural and the social, hacking is committing a kind of what you might call a reverse naturalistic fallacy. So opposing what is natural to what is human or social. You might even say that he's guilty of doing something which I think a lot of philosophers do, maybe not fully explicitly, but implicitly, in conflating the natural in natural kind with the natural in natural science. So there's a sense in which we sort of automatically make the inference that if something is a natural kind, it must pertain to the natural sciences, and that therefore social kinds and maybe psychiatric kinds and so on cannot be natural kinds. And I think that that inference is really implicit, and maybe people would disavow it if you kind of brought it to the fore, but I think it's kind of insidious and pervasive, and it's done a lot of damage. And I think it's kind of ironic because I think hacking was really the first to point out that the expression natural kind really comes out of a mistake. It comes out of a misremembering on the part of John Venn of John Stuart Mill's expression. So John Stuart Mill never used the expression natural kind. He talked about kinds or real kinds, but hacking points out somewhere that Venn, the first real mention of the expression natural kind in the philosophical literature comes from John Venn. And when you go back to Venn, Venn says, well, to use Mill's expression, natural kind, right? But Mill never used that expression. And so the whole expression rests on a mistake. And I wish we could do away with it. And, other people have said real kind, and I sometimes say real kind. And I think that's a much better way of talking about what we want to talk about. But I think that's part of what leads to a great deal of confusion and a great deal of mistaken kind of inferences. So instead of thinking of the natural and the human or the social as being disjoint or being in opposition to each other. I think it's much better to think of the social as the philosopher Charles Mills puts it, a particular zone of the natural. And I like this quotation from Charles Mills in a paper commenting on Sally Haslanger's work, where he says, any broader commitment to naturalism implies that the social is really a particular zone of the natural, the artifact of a particular natural species capable of reshaping itself through culture and technology, but able to do so, of course, precisely because of the natural capacities of the specific kind of primate we are, and continuous at every step of the way, contra Kant, or more generally, any sharp Christian dichotomization with the natural world and natural causality. So a remapping of this contrast would be something like the natural unmediated by human causality and the natural mediated by human causality. So I think Mills has this very nice and pithy way of understanding the social or the human in relation to the natural. But if the social is a zone of the natural, as Mills says, what zone is it? What is it to be mediated by human causality, and in what ways? So in other words, what is the mark of the social? How should we demarcate the social from the natural? Now, a simple-minded answer would say social phenomena are just natural phenomena that involve the existence of a plurality of minded agents. That might be a kind of very straightforward way of characterizing the social. And something like this is put forward in a recent book by Åsa Berman on social ontology, where she says that a social fact is any fact involving the intentionality of two or more agents. But I think that's perhaps misleading, because consider two people sitting side by side on a park bench, thinking parallel thoughts. That doesn't seem like much of a social phenomenon. Or two toddlers engaging in parallel play. They're two-minded agents. They're engaging in sort of intentional behavior, but that seems to be a paradigm case of asocial or antisocial behavior. So if sociality requires more than just the existence of multiple minds, what else is needed? And here I think a number of answers have been given, which I think are useful, and all of which point to something interesting and significant. And here's a proposal from John Greenwood, my colleague, who came up with this idea, which he says is based on Durkheim. And he says, social action, thought, and feeling are manners of acting, thinking, and feeling engaged in by individuals because and on condition that other members of a social group are represented as engaged in these and other ways of acting, thinking, and feeling. So now one problem with this, one sort of very, I think a problem that's easy to get around, is that he's got social group in the definitions. He says that their manners of acting, thinking, and feeling engaged in by individuals because and on condition that other members of a social group. So I think I would just replace that with other individuals. So forget members of a social group and just say manners of acting, thinking, and feeling engaged in by individuals because and on condition that other individuals are represented engaging in these and other ways of thinking, acting, and feeling. Now, another problem, which I think is a bit more serious, is that it seems to imply at face value, or at first sight, that social action is always self-referential or reflexive. But I think actually John cannily avoids this by inserting that parentheses and other ways of acting, thinking, and feeling. So in other words, some individual A may engage in a type of social action phi because and on condition that other individuals are engaging in some other type of action psi. So not all social action or social manners of behavior need to be self-referential. And I think that takes care, that parentheses takes care of that. But I think another more serious problem is that if A engages in some activity because A represents B as engaging in it or some other activity, that this would seem to include rote imitative or reactive behavior. So if you're just engaging in behavior because you're representing someone else as engaging in some type of behavior, then take a bird on a branch that moves to the right because and on condition that it represents an insect as moving to the right. So that seems to be some very kind of reflexive behavior that may not be robustly social in the way that, or the kinds of, social phenomena that seem very kind of distinctive seem to be a bit more elaborate or be more than merely reactive or imitative behavior. Another proposal, which would make it much more robust, comes out of the literature on collective intentionality. So even though their analysis of collective intentionality isn't meant to be an analysis of the concept of the social, I think that much of this work can be understood in this way. So if you think of Bratman's work on collective intentionality, he says that shared intentions on the part of two or more agents accompanied by common knowledge, where shared intentions are individual intentions, that we perform some activity in accordance with meshing subplans, that's considered a kind of paradigm of social behavior, that you have an intention that we do something in accordance with meshing subplans. And of course, Bratman says that this account of shared cooperative activity includes mutual responsiveness, a commitment to the joint activity, and a commitment to mutual support. But now that, you might say, is far too strong. So this is social behavior, but it's full-fledged, full-blooded, shared cooperative behavior. We might think that there are some kinds of social behaviors that are not that full-blooded. So you might say maybe this is, just as Greenwood's proposal was a bit too thin, this proposal is a bit too robust. And I think these two proposals seem to represent sort of two parts of the continuum of social behavior. Minded action that's responsive to representations of minded action by others, shared intentions accompanied by common knowledge and meshing subplans. And you could come up with a sort of Goldilocks in between these two, which you might think of as an intermediate grade of social activity. So social behaviors that involve more than just responsiveness to other agents' minded behaviors, but something like mutual and anticipatory responsiveness, or interactivity, but without necessarily any shared intention. So if you consider behaviors that are modeled by certain kinds of game theoretic accounts, such as iterated prisoners' dilemmas or stag hunts, you might find this kind of anticipatory responsiveness, mutual responsiveness without collective intention, but more than mere kind of reactivity or more than mere just imitative behaviors or something like that. So you might say, how do we choose among these different accounts of sociality? And I guess my response would be, well, we don't have to, right? That maybe we can think of these as different grades or degrees of sociality. And from the perspective of conceptual engineering, recently, Amy Thomason wrote a review of Åsa Berman's book, where she said maybe we should think of how do we define the social from the perspective of conceptual engineering. And you might say that there are different notions of the social that might serve different purposes. And they may lie along a kind of continuum. So, for instance, Michael Tomasello theorizes that collective intentionality is needed for what he calls social agency, and that's what differentiates us from other apes. So our closest relatives, he says, do not engage in true social agency. They might be social in a thinner sense. So chimps and gorillas and bonobos and so on, are not asocial, but they don't have this full-blooded social agency that Tomasello finds to be distinctive of humans. Now, you might also think of an even stronger grade of sociality, because just as social 3 presupposes social 2, which presupposes social 1, we could, I would argue, delineate a 4th degree of sociality, call it social sub 4, which depends on social sub 3, collective intentionality. And this would be full-blown reflexive sociality, which is language dependent and requires conceptualization. So think of Searle's account of what he calls institutional reality. He thinks of institutional reality as having this kind of self-reflexive nature, whereby we have to conceive of a behavior as being a behavior of a certain type in order for it to be social behavior, or something has to be regarded as money for it to be money, or something like that. So what it is for some social kind X to be X is simply to be regarded as, used as, and believed to be X. What it is for something to be a $10 bill is for it to be regarded as such, to be used as such, and to be believed to be such. So this would lead to a kind of spectrum of degrees of sociality. You could have social sub-zero, which I think is not really social. That's what I called, just sort of multiple-minded individuals acting in parallel, which is why I'm calling it social sub-zero. And then social sub-1 would be multiple-minded individuals acting in ways that are conditional on other individuals acting in these and other ways, representing other individuals as acting in those ways. Social sub-2 would be multiple-minded individuals acting in ways that exhibit mutual and anticipatory responsiveness or interactivity. And then you'd have the collective intentionality as social sub-3, and then social sub-4 would be that Searlean kind of self-reflexive type of sociality. So why am I why am I delineating, why am I multiplying degrees of sociality beyond necessity? Well, because I think it's interesting to think of social causation or sociogeny in light of this kind of distinction. The ways in which certain phenomena, like say psychiatric phenomena, are shaped by social factors, I think can be illuminated by trying to demarcate or trying to understand how there might be kind of degrees of sociality, each one sort of presupposing the previous one. So different degrees of sociality may be implicated in different types of causal process or be invoked in different types of explanation. So as I said, Tomasello thinks that social sub-3 may be needed for social agency, collective intentionality. But in cases of social causation, or what Frantz Fanon calls sociogeny in the context of psychiatric conditions, it's crucial to ask which degree of sociality is causally implicated in generating the phenomenon in question. Also, I think this breakdown of the social allows us to ask, what is it about the social domain that makes looping possible? Why are there interactive kinds in the social domain? What is it about the social, the nature of the social, that makes looping possible, which is something that Şerife alluded to, this question I think that maybe we haven't thought about enough. Now, since looping effects require conceptualizing or labeling, it seems to me that social sub-4, the Searlean sociality, is necessary, because some individuals must conceive of the phenomenon under a concept. But in the psychiatric domain, it seems to me that there are a lot of social causation does not involve that full-fledged social sub-4, that kind of self-reflexive sociality, but something a little less robust in terms of the social factors that enter into the molding and the influencing and the shaping of psychiatric conditions. So just to sort of digress a little bit before talking about this question in the context of psychiatry in particular, of course, it's pretty uncontroversial that we can create new social kinds, but I think it's also the case, as I kind of mentioned a little before, we can also create new biological species, or at least new biological varieties. So either by artificial selection or through genetic engineering. But, after all, we can also create new chemical kinds, PVC, chlorofluorocarbons, LSD, and so on. But you might say, but aren't we just discovering kinds that are sort of out there to be discovered, as opposed to really inventing them or making them up out of whole cloth? And I think there's a temptation to think that new social kinds are not there for the making in the way that new chemical kinds are somehow there for us to be discovered, even though that we're the agents of bringing them into being perhaps for the first time in the whole history of the universe. But I think that's the wrong way of thinking about it. I think there's a kind of way in which we privilege the objects of the natural sciences as being sort of out there for us to discover them, even when we're creating them for the very first time, even when we're synthesizing new chemical compounds which have never been in existence anywhere in the universe, or even when we're artificially selecting or genetically engineering new biological species. Rather, I think the right way to think about it is not that the domain of the natural sciences, these things are kind of out there to be discovered, whereas we're kind of inventing them out of whole cloth, like money and marriage and gender and so on, in the social domain, but rather that there are some domains where we seem to have more degrees of freedom than others. So in some domains, it seems as though there's more pliability in those domains. There's more scope for creating new kinds than there might be. We're more severely constrained, I think, in the chemical domain and in the biological domain, and maybe more so in the chemical than the biological, though I'm not always sure about that. So some domains seem to be more pliable. There's a greater plenitude of potential kinds. But of course, that doesn't mean anything goes. It seems as though there are constraints even in the social domain to the kinds that we can create. We can't make anything up out of whole cloth. Or sometimes we legislate certain kinds, but there's no uptake. They don't really come into being in a full-fledged way in the social world. So what about the psychiatric domain? How should we think about the psychiatric domain? How pliable is it? How many degrees of freedom are there? Can we create new psychiatric conditions ad lib? How severely constrained are we in the kinds of psychiatric conditions that can be created by us? Not necessarily purposefully, but as a result of our social activity, are there certain kinds of psychiatric domains that how pliable is that domain? Well, the first thing to be said, I think, is that the category of mental illness or psychiatric disorder doesn't really demarcate a natural domain. I think of it as being, it doesn't really correspond to a real kind. I think it's a sort of a hodgepodge of different sorts of conditions. And it's thoroughly heterogeneous in terms of the kinds of conditions that are included. And I would argue it's not even unified by the famous harmful dysfunction analysis that was proposed by Wakefield. Many people have argued against this, but most recently, I think in a book by Justin Garson on madness, he shows, I think very convincingly, how the harmful dysfunction distinction or the harmful dysfunction characterization is not a very apt one to fit all kinds of things that we think of as psychiatric conditions. But of course, that doesn't mean that individual conditions may not be real kinds nonetheless. And various people have argued this as well. I think perhaps most pithily and most convincingly in a paper by Beebe and Sabart and Leary from 2010, that the fact that the category of psychiatric disorder or mental illness doesn't correspond to a real kind doesn't mean that, say, schizophrenia, depression, body dysmorphic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder may not correspond to distinct conditions that are real kinds in their own right. So instead of thinking about the psychiatric as being a kind of autonomous domain, I think we should think about the psychological domain or the mental domain more generally. So we can think of what we're interested in psychiatric conditions as distinctive or atypical mental conditions that have certain kinds of causal profiles. And then the question is, how are social factors implicated in molding, influencing, and modifying those kinds of conditions? To what extent are atypical mental conditions modifiable by social factors? How culturally variable are they? What kind of social causation is implicated in shaping and influencing them? And so what degree of sociality is involved in causal processes that modify these kinds? So this brings me to this proposal that Hacking put forward in his 2010 article, which he calls the imitation and internalization model, in thinking about how the social influences psychiatric conditions, he was talking about this phenomenon that he had already addressed in many other places, in two landmark books, one on multiple personality and the other on fugue, or mad traveler's disease, as it's sometimes called, what he calls transient mental illness. And in a relatively late treatment of transient mental illness, he maybe proposed a more systematic and more sort of literal-minded and more, clearly spelled out and therefore much more easy to criticize model of how transient mental illness takes place and how social factors enter into its shaping and molding. So the case study, if some of you might be familiar with this, but in case you haven't read the article or have forgotten it, it focused on what was called at the time pervasive refusal syndrome, which is a condition that originated among children of asylum seekers in Sweden in the early 2000s. The symptoms included withdrawal from all forms of social life, including school, no interaction with families. These were all children, mainly around the ages of 8 to 14 or so. In some cases, they didn't talk, walk, or eat. It occurred primarily in children of families from two places, Roma communities from Kosovo, who had come in significant numbers to Sweden in the previous decade or so, and predominantly Muslim former Soviet republics, especially Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. And it usually affected the oldest child in a family that included a number of children, and half of those affected were between the age of 8 and 12 years, and almost half of them were girls, and the others were boys. And the severe withdrawal symptoms didn't fit any standard diagnoses in the DSM or in the ICD. So I think Hacking relates that he was giving a talk in Sweden at the time, and people approached him and said, look, we've got this phenomenon. You've written on transient mental illness. Can you enlighten us? Can you tell us what's going on here? And he looked into it to some extent, and he asked the question that he'd asked already about things like multiple personality and fugue. What explains the sudden appearance and prevalence of this phenomenon of pervasive refusal syndrome in a particular time and place among certain communities, and apparently its abrupt disappearance some years later? Well, he says, he lays it out as follows. He says, in asylum-seeking families, the oldest child is socialized into being a responsible member of the family. The responsible oldest child begins to imitate the first few children who engaged in pervasive refusal and who got so much attention. As the child plays this role, they begin to internalize the behavior that began as mere imitation. And he wants to point out that, of course, it's not so simple as these three steps. These are not just ordinary untroubled children. They're also under immense family stress and have lived through crises. So the behavior becomes part of their heartfelt life. So he wants to emphasize that both the imitation part, but also the internalization part, and the fact that these children have been through a great deal. A lot of them have lived through war or through, severely traumatic experiences and are dealing with a great deal of stress. I mean, one thing he might have added is that very often the oldest child learns language faster than the other members of the family, and they become translators and become sort of mediators between their families and society at large. And maybe that means that they're under a special amount of stress. And so to quote from this article, Hacking says, by this analysis, the malingering story has a scrap of truth in it at the beginning, but then the entire pattern of behavior becomes internalized, becomes real. That is the psychic mechanism for the children to express the family helplessness and hopelessness. They cease to be merely playing a role. They have learned, or better, acquired a new psychic state. So that, in brief, it's a very brief analysis, but it's has the virtue of being kind of very clearly laid out and very therefore makes it an easy target to criticize. And so here are some questions or worries I have about this I&I model that he puts forward for transient mental illness. So I think it's a bit underdescribed, and I don't think he meant it as a comprehensive account of transient mental illness, but I think it raises some questions. One, I don't think he makes a very clear case that imitation plays a larger role in such cases. And he, at least in this article, he doesn't seem to provide direct evidence for that. The one thing that he says that I think speaks to the notion that there might be some imitation going on is that he writes that communities of refugees in Sweden is a social group with a great deal of cohesion. So children would have had opportunities to observe other children and would have had ample opportunity to sort of see them behave in certain ways, and therefore take up those patterns of behavior themselves and imitate them to some extent. The other thing that I think is lacking in this treatment is that the transition from imitation to internalization is a little underdescribed. So Hacking says what began as play acting turns into a deep-seated psychological state, but he doesn't really elaborate on that or say how that transition takes place. And I think there's a bit of a gap in his explanatory story. And the other thing I think is that the model seems to assign a minor role to the specific social forces in their environment themselves. So the kinds of stressors that asylum seekers are under, the kinds of anti-immigrant sentiment that they experience, the kinds of mishandling by state apparatus and so on, doesn't seem to feature into at least what Hacking says about it in this article. For instance, he doesn't say what it is about the social conditions of asylum seekers in Sweden in the early 2000s that put such pressure on children and led to this particular mental condition. But I'm going to set, I think those criticisms, one could say more about them, and I think it's maybe unfair of me to pile on so much on this short article where he's putting forward this very kind of crisp account of a model of transient mental illness. But I think the more interesting question for me is it raises the whole question of how pliable is the psychiatric domain, or how pliable is this domain of psychological, atypical psychological conditions? To what extent do social forces shape them? What sorts of social forces shape them? And how robust are those kinds of effects? What is the role of the social? So, of course, as we all know, psychiatric conditions are heterogeneous, as I mentioned, and they're often a product, I think, of biological, psychological, sociological, and even political conditions. They could be thought of as biogenic, psychogenic, sociogenic, and even, I would argue, politicogenic. So you might think that something like schizophrenia is more biogenic and might arise across a range of psychological and social circumstances, though I think there's a lot of interesting work that shows how it takes on different guises in different societies. Depression may be partly psychogenic with contributing causal factors such as social isolation, individual abuse, stressful relationships, and so on. Body dysmorphic disorders, condition I've written a little bit about. In addition to being, I think, bio and psychogenic, may be partly sociogenic with influences from cultural norms and prevailing body image stereotypes. I think some distinctive psychiatric conditions that arise under very extreme political oppression, such as military occupation, show evidence that they're really distinctive of these kinds of extreme political circumstances. There's a recent ethnography of psychiatry and psychoanalysis under Israeli military occupation in the Palestinian territories by Sheehy and Sheehy, which makes a good case for that, I think, which is something I've been writing about recently. But given all that, if all that is, well taken, in what sense of the social do social forces shape psychiatric conditions? It seems to me that in many cases, what I've been calling social sub 1 to sub 3 may be sufficient. But what's interesting is, could some cases be ones in which this kind of self-reflexive sociality be implicated? In other words, requiring not just collective intentionality, but conceptualization and labeling. And of course, Hacking's INI model seems to presuppose social sub 4, because imitation implies awareness of the symptoms and reenactment of them until they're internalized. But I don't think this is usually necessary when it comes to the origins of psychiatric conditions. I think typically what happens is psychiatric conditions don't arise explicitly as a result of labeling and as a result of explicit conceptualization. In many cases, both triggering and structuring causes need not be conceived by anyone as such, but are nevertheless part of the etiology of these psychiatric conditions. So, I mean, I won't go into it. Maybe I'll skip over this. But if you take something like ADHD or BDD, they both involve those social etiology. Social factors influence them, but I don't think they influence them as a result of labeling or as a result of explicit conceptualization. So social factors in these cases, I don't think require awareness or conceptualization of the condition on the part of anyone. So are there any clear cases of social sub 4 as in the INI model? Well, of course, in earlier work, Hacking proposed both multiple personality disorder and mad traveler's disease as examples of where the sociogeny involves labeling and conceptualization. They involve explicit awareness, even though he didn't detail the process in any clear, in a clear fashion. And you might say, well, what about something as culturally bound as what Gold have called the Truman Show delusion, right? Where people come in and they think they're like basically the character in the Truman Show, where they think there's a reality TV show constructed around them, and they're going in, or they're being brought in because they have this kind of delusion. But even that seems to be strongly influenced by prevalent cultural trends, but it doesn't seem that conceptualizing the condition creates it or modifies it significantly. So are there clear cases of modification or influence of labeling or explicit conceptualization on psychiatric conditions? That is, are there cases in which conceiving of the kind itself is maybe not necessary for the creation of the psychiatric kind, but shapes or modifies it in a fundamental way? And do some psychiatric conditions change in response to conceptualization? For example, when Asperger's was reclassified with ASD in the DSM-5. So there's a funny quote from Hacking in a book review from 2006, where he says, there are debates about whether Asperger's has the same basic causes as autism or whether it's something different. It's become a widely used term of common speech. A New York psychiatrist told me a joke, not quite a joke. 20 years ago, women of a certain age would come to us and say, "Doctor, my husband's a jerk. What should I do?" Now they say, "Doctor, my husband has Asperger's. What should I do?" Yeah, not very funny. There you might say, could the fact that Asperger's became widely known as a classification, and could that have had an influence on shaping or transforming what we now call ASD in any way? I mean, here's one thought. We now make a distinction between high functioning and low functioning, or different levels of functioning in autism. And some of the interventions that have been developed in the last few decades might have had a real effect on the way in which autism manifests itself in the world today. So, very commonly used techniques such as applied behavioral analysis yields significant increases in IQ scores and educational function of patients with ASD. In some studies, 47% of ABA treatment groups achieved normal educational function and normal range IQ score, compared to 2% of a control group. So are there cases in which classification alters the classified and loops back to change the classification, but not necessarily along the lines of the imitation and internalization model that hacking proposed? So Jonathan, in recent or forthcoming work, I guess it's not out yet. I've said 2024, but it's I guess coming out in 2020. This is the Monist paper. So John accuses hacking of conflating classificatory feedback, i.e. human science classifications change classified people, with looping effects, i.e. human science classifications must be revised to accommodate ways that classified people change. And he claims that while classificatory feedback is a ubiquitous feature of human science classifications, looping effects are not. Well, they may not be ubiquitous, but I guess my question is, could cases of ASD or Asperger's be instances of the latter? In other words, could the very fact that we have a spectrum today, and could the very fact that the DSM has been revised so that it doesn't include separate categories of Asperger's and autism, but rather a spectrum, be a result of treatment and interventions? In other words, there's now a whole continuum of cases of ASD in such a way that it has created a kind of spectrum, therefore forcing us to revise our classification, forcing us to do away with that dichotomy between Asperger's and autism, and replace it with a spectrum, precisely because our interventions and our conceptualization of the kinds of our interventions have led to changes as a result of our classifications that have led to a whole spectrum of functioning among people with autism. So I'm just going to end with that question, and then I'll conclude. The social is indeed a zone of the natural, but I think it's still useful and important to demarcate the social, as well as the psychological, the biological, and so on, for various purposes. Attempts to demarcate the social reveal, I think, various grades of sociality, each of a different degree of complexity, with each S sub n presupposing S sub n minus 1. At least that's my hunch. And I think social causation can implicate any of these different degrees of sociality, depending on the precise sociogenic process that's involved. Hacking proposed that some transient mental illnesses may be caused by the internalization, the imitation and internalization model, whereby individuals imitate and internalize the symptoms of others. And that, I think, suggests social sub 4, reflexive sociality, whereby phenomena are conceived of as such. But I think there's little evidence for this. And many psychiatric phenomena are sociogenic in a weaker sense, in other words, involving social sub 1 to 3 rather than full-fledged social 4. But I think there is maybe some limited evidence that some psychiatric conditions may be modifiable by conceptualization and classification. But I think more work needs to be done to confirm this. Obviously, hacking blazed the path in this regard, but I think there's more work to understand how exactly labeling and conceptualization might modify psychiatric conditions and in what way. So, yeah, sorry, I don't have the references.
Thank you. I've been thinking about some cases of psychogenic disorders that were, one of my anthropologist colleagues studies these psychogenic disorders, what they're called, that's their name, that occur in Central America, where these young women have non-neurological epileptic seizure-like symptoms, but they're a little like possession symptoms also, like being possessed by spirit. And one of the questions I asked of her was whether, because I was thinking about hacking, I was like, is there anything strategic about the performance of these things? Like, is there anything it does for the person who gets it? Because apparently it's quite debilitating and so on. And then she said, oh yes, there's a role to be played. It usually occurs when there's some conflict between them and a more powerful male. And then it's, and what people do is in the community, they take this as a signal to come in and intervene in certain ways to resolve this conflict, which isn't the same as treating the person, which sometimes involves holding them while they have these seizure-like symptoms. So I'm just thinking this is a kind of case, and I don't think that this case is especially unusual, where the performance of certain symptoms is obvious. It's in some sense learned from others. And it seems like it has this signaling role to play in the community. Like it's properly an informational signal, whether or not even the person understands it that way quite. It seems like they at some level, they know that doing this, performing these symptoms will get these people to react in this way and is appropriate in these circumstances. So I wondered if that was an example of, if that was the kind of thing that you needed for this heavy duty reflexive sociality, I guess, where someone is, someone's behavior is guided by a representation in the knowledge that others would react in a certain way. And, that's an arguable way to describe what's going on here, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what the most apt way of describing what's going on is. I mean, I think you said at some point, at some level,
Right.
whether they realize it or not. And I guess it depends on what level and whether they realize it or not, I suppose. Now, does that make a huge difference? I mean, I guess my thinking is this, is that if there is that much conceptualization and if there is that much kind of awareness, it seems to make the psychiatric domain more pliable than we might have thought it is, or something like that, right? So if there is that much awareness and, if there's these processes kind of akin to the kind of thing that hacking is describing, whereby we imitate and internalize, then it seems as though we can sort of create these kinds of conditions with more freedom. We have more degrees of freedom than we might have thought we do. But I guess it depends, partly on, how much deliberate intention there is. And
So what if there's a psychological capacity to do something that we want to describe intentionally, but it's sort of unconscious? So like, I think emotion display rules can be kind of like this. We maybe react emotionally in strategic ways sometimes, but it's not like we thought to ourselves, like, this is the strategic thing to do here, and this is the right display rule. But we somehow sort of absorb it. But then the right way to describe it might be intentionally. That's a kind of middle case. I've been worried about just this kind of middle case myself.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that seems to involve sort of collective intentionality, where there's a kind of joint attention to something. And it seems, I mean, that's a very robust kind of sociality too. It doesn't involve the explicit conceptualization of something, but it's very reflexive, or it's not self-reflexive, but it's very reciprocal. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know if psychiatric conditions are modifiable and influenced in those ways, but without necessarily explicit conceptualization. Does that make them any less pliable? I mean, we're still kind of modifying them and molding them in certain ways, even though we're not doing so by labeling them or by explicitly thinking of them under a certain concept or something like that. So maybe it doesn't much matter, but but I think it's still interesting to understand what exactly the causal mechanism is. Yeah.
terms, like to press you on. First was one that you used in defining your folio levels, sociology, namely the term minded. I want to know what the distinction is between the social and the minded.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, there are a couple of things here. By minded, I mean really cognitive or involving cognition or something like that.
I think there's, so, all right, so, all right, this is going to lead us into a mare's nest, I'm afraid, but, so I'll just raise the question and, we'll shrug and say, nothing makes you look happy, you're right, but, so I want to know how the social and the minded are to be distinguished, of course, and then you say, well, it's cognition. Well, to me, that's just, that's just to repeat minded. And, at base, I want to say, well, are you talking about something that's propositional in nature, that is structured as an inference? But now we're seeming to be involved in linguistic or quasi-linguistic operations, and I don't know myself how to separate that from the social. And so, yeah, if we collapse the minded in the social, my one question, large question I have for you is, what happens to your hierarchy? Is it maintainable? And a related question, I'll just throw it out here and then I'll shut up. I apologize for it. Is you're using the term intentional, and it's a very similar sort of problem. What is it that characterizes, what's the mark of the intentional? If someone at a conference keeps interrupting someone else, for example, say doing that intentionally, and the person might very sincerely deny that, but we say, oh, come on, there's something pushing you forward, right? So we recognize, one just use the notion of the unconscious, but we can speak of people having intentions of which they are in no sense aware or can acknowledge at the moment, and yet part of your criticism of hacking seems to turn on the notion of whether something's done intentionally or not. So my other question is for you, what's the mark of the intentional in the sense that it bears on your criticism of hacking?
Right. On the first point, I mean, I've thought a bit about this issue of the demarcation of the psychological and the social. And I think that there are accounts of what psychological or cognitive phenomena involve that have to do with things like behavioral flexibility and multimodal integration and things like that, that various philosophers of cognitive science have written about. And I think it's a sort of a cluster concept, but it involves, a certain kind of complexity of behavior, if you like, a certain kind of context-sensitive behavior that you find in certain kinds of species of animal, but not in others. I mean, if you like, the famous example that Dennett uses of the Sphex wasp, who's where you do you know the example where this Sphex wasp has this very elaborate routine for laying eggs in the nest and then checking the nest and so on. And then basically, if you I can't remember the exact case, but basically by changing something in the environment, it just kind of executes the subroutine all over again. It just executes the subroutine, right? It shows no awareness of the fact that the context doesn't demand that you go through all 5 steps or something like that.
So,
Let's cut you off, Paul.
President got minded here.
Yeah.
Right, was right. You can just tell a militant type story about evolutionary, shared evolution. But okay, let me hear what you have to say about intentional.
Well, I hadn't quite finished.
That's fine.
But I do think there's still a worry because it's not absolutely clear that you can have minded behavior, or really full-fledged cognitive behavior without a social context or something like that. So I have a worry about that. And if you're a social externalist about mental states or intentional states, then there might not be a way of demarcating the psychological and the social. But I think there are some phenomena that we want to say in psychology are, pretty much not social or don't involve plurality of agents interacting in any way or something like that, right? So I do think that's an issue. About the intentional, I probably shouldn't have said, I apologize if I said intentional in the sense of intending. I guess the crucial difference, the crucial move from social sub 3 to social sub 4 is not about intending, but about self-reflexivity and conceptualization. So if the kind of social behavior that you're interested in involves explicitly conceptualizing something as such, then that really marks the difference between the social sub 3 and the social sub 4, because collective intentionality can be as intentional in the sense of intending as the self-reflexive kind of sociality, but the difference is really that in the one case you have to conceive of something, as Searle says, you have to conceive of something as money for it to be money. You can't have money unless you conceive of it as such. And I guess what I'm seeing in Hacking's explanation of the social shaping of psychiatric conditions is something like that, that we think of something as multiple personality, and that somehow reifies it, and that leads to the creation of a psychiatric condition, which would not have been created had we not conceived of it as such. And I guess the question is, if Hacking hasn't made a conclusive case for the cases that he's looked at, are there any conclusive cases of that?
Almost done, but you kind of started us off, so I think it's appropriate you and close us off.
Thank you for this talk. I think you're developing what seems to be a very attractive view. I'm especially happy to see the way in which you want to draw contextually the distinction between the social and natural, and not in any absolute way, and the way you treat the psychiatric categories as a really heterogeneous mix. So I have just a small suggestion, and that is that in that context, when you talk about something like a general definition of a psychiatric disorder, you say it is atypical harmful condition. And I'm not.
Well, I didn't say harmful.
No.
No, I mean, I was rejecting the Wakefield harmful dysfunction view, but I said maybe the most we can say is that these are atypical psychological. Yeah.
That bother me.
Yeah.
That my suggestion is just that you can avoid the concept of atypical there, because that suggests a kind of statistical conception of normalcy. I don't think you want, and in light of your previous work, that the case study that I have heard at the Philosophy of Science Association group, you do want to claim that whole groups of people and whole communities can be other somebody else. So that what's happening with them is no longer atypical, it's actually typical.
Mhm.
given the condition in which they live. Or we can think about epidemics, which we are seeing in different contexts. I mean, it was atypical for me to have an anxious and depressed student when I started teaching. It's no longer atypical for me to have such students.
Mhm.
So the prevalence should have no impact, I think, on the capital events.
Mhm.
That I think you ought to be sympathetic to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not very strongly committed to the idea that they're all atypical. I mean, the conditions, the kinds of conditions that you mentioned, extreme political conditions or something like that, you could certainly say that those conditions themselves are not typical, conditions of military occupation or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm happy to say it's a sort of thoroughly heterogeneous set of conditions that we pick out for, not really for strictly epistemic reasons, but for reasons that, are very historically contingent and culturally contingent and so on. I guess there's no real need to try and find some kind of characterization that fits them all. Yeah.
Let's get Muhammad Ali. I have a lot to add about because I'm actually working on a paper right now. It's on cross-cultural kinds. So I actually talk about emotion and depression as my examples. And so I've been thinking about this. So you made me realize I may be, so I don't want this to happen, but I'm doing some version of the imitation and internalization model. So I know this paper you're talking about.
Yeah.
Didn't pick up on that, but.
Yeah, well, your paper is very useful. I'm glad I came across it. I can't remember how I.
There is a lot of, the bus is coming in.